Okay. This is going to be the fun session. And by fun, I mainly mean being super concerned if I remember literally anything. Because I think I mentioned it last time. Oh, that's funny. It'll still do the... Okay, so it starts me right here. Yeah, no. I never... Well, no. I played through Missing Link, but I only played through it once. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I did that... I think I did it once only on 360? No, I must have played through it again. No, I think the only time I played it was... I think the only time I played it was when it was on the PC port. And this is gonna be edgy for a bit. Yeah, and it resets all of our perks because... Yeah. Okay, so it gives you two options immediately. Either move that, go under there, or hack that door. Because I don't fully remember this one. And I don't remember if there's a boss fight on this or not. I'm probably gonna be stealthy for a little bit. Because it's effectively... not effectively, it is my second time playing, so I don't fully... don't really know what to expect. Okay, I guess I could have snuck through there. I do... That was stupid. Can't stand. The only...
You're overreacting. There's nothing here.
The only thing I remember from this game, or from this DLC...
What the hell is that? I'm gonna get you.
Shit. Okay, I guess we're fighting our way through. The only thing I remember from this DLC is the... What do you mean low ammo? What do you mean low ammo? Because I don't have my guns, I don't have my laser sight. Oh, this is gonna be wonderful. Because I only played through this once, I don't literally know anything. The only thing I did know was the thing with the bomb later on. But even then, that's like stacked behind... One, it's a time-sensitive thing. Two, it's connected to... I don't think I can open that. It's a time-sensitive thing. It is...
Down when they found him, it took 8 guys. Plus, I was upstairs and I saw the equipment they took off him. But what about those augments?
Well, it's none of your business who he is.
I can't
You just
get
have
back
to
over
guard
there.
him until the transfer. And by the way, watch yourself. If you go and choke on unlawful belligerence like you just did in front of the wrong guy, you might join him in lockup. So shut up and keep watch.
I think you need points for hacking. You also need to have... You either need to stack a bunch of boxes or you need to have the jump enhancement. Didn't want to do that. Okay. Yeah, no, this is just...
Control to Charlie. Anomalous reading in sector D6. Monitor.
So you may have just heard a voiceover over the PA, someone doing something. That was supposed to be a very subtle hint that Jensen has a secret helper on board, doesn't he?
We were supposed to have so many so many elements playing in favor of player, but without actually telling too much that was trying to help Jensen. We had monitors that were monitoring the ship status because the ship was automated at some in the design, and the monitors would just change their visual to indicate that the player you can go now, and all this based on the timing of the patrolling guards in the immediate surrounding for the player. And we also had the camera shutting down just at the right moment, the lasers being shut down right at the proper moment. But all this trying to support as well the multi-path, multi-options of a typical Deus Ex game was like, actually it felt more like there were bugs or badly communicated stuff happening to the player didn't understand. So I strongly suggested to just rip them out.
Rip it out,
At least we kept the PA announcement with the over guys who were just being changed to a new patrol, but that worked well. But the rest we just scrapped it.
Oh wow. That also means that a lot of the dev commentary is going to be a lot more interesting.
Stop right there!
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
Surely if I sit here long enough, they will forget.
Where are you? He's gotta still be here.
So yeah, the dev commentary is going to be very interesting considering the fact that,
Acknowledge!
that one, I know the
Okay, down
least,
here.
and two, I remember the least about this DLC. There's 3 guys in the hallway now.
Continuing search pattern. Acknowledge!
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
Close, close, close. Okay. Keep that there. I'm gonna have to go that way. Shit. Okay, so we're gonna figure out a way through this. Even if it's very, very, very stupid. Come on, come on, come on.
Something's going on here. Stay
Improvise smoke.
Hear that?
That did not work as well as I thought it did.
I saw that. Bust him. Don't make me kill you.
I don't want to throw this, but it's keeping me safe.
Don't make me.
Okay, I really can't throw that.
Suppression fire. Cover me. Reload.
Buddy. Please. Okay, let's keep this.
Gotta reload. Don't make me.
Okay, now there's 4. So can I pull a Houdini? Hang on. Wait a minute. So I could...
He's still here.
God, they will not leave me be.
Nothing here. Back to your controls. But I want eyes to see back of your head. He could come back. I've got you covered. What's that?
Shit. can hack this fast, can't I? Please? Please?
Better search the place.
Oh, this one takes forever. Oh, why does this one take forever?
Access grant.
Open, 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 open. Okay, ladder.
Hey, so here, you see that shadow, which is very obvious if you look at the ladder here. It was one of the first time in the game that we did this kind of staging where the following event, even though left at your hands, would be rather obvious to do.
Yeah, and the thing is, I suggested to Dominic Demers, who was the lead lighter on the game and also the DLC, to help me on staging a few elements, but also to keep the player on the tension of the environment and the whole cargo. At least this first part is very about Jensen's being weakened, trying to use his actual natural skills to find his way towards his gear, and the next objective to communicate to the outside world, to picture it and all. So here's is one of the good example, trying to use the lighting and the staging on the character, ready to be taken down, but everything was
And it was like one of the only times we really did that in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
entire Human Revolution
Exactly,
game.
because the cargo was so small, we could actually pushed up a bit more about the visual details, that type of details that we couldn't do in the City Hub that I also designed. So pretty cool stuff.
Even little stories about lighting. I did see somebody just move by though. Okay, so don't go that way, at least for not for right now.
So one of the things that was kind of important for us is we had this whole discussion at the beginning, because you start out in a boat, and since this wasn't a part of a Human Revolution, it was supposed to be a downloadable content, we wanted to kind of start the player off not necessarily knowing they were in a boat,
Yeah.
but giving these subtle details.
Yeah, we were trying to convey that. We didn't tell you outright, at least at first we didn't want to tell you outright you were in a boat, but we had to convey the impression that, okay, you're in a boat, so it moves and it sways from left to right, you have everything rocking. And the thing is, we had very little tech development for the DLC because it was an expansion, it wasn't a new game.
I didn't think that they would open that door. Please don't tell me I have to restart everything.
Hey, so here,
Okay,
you
wait.
see that shadow, which is very obvious if you look at the ladder here. It was one of the first time in the game that we did this kind of staging where the following event, even though left at your hands, would be rather obvious to do.
Yeah, and the thing is, I suggested to Dominic Demers, who was the
I can't
lead
get in
lighter
there.
on the game and also the DLC, to help me on staging a few elements, but also to keep the player on the tension of the
This is the
environment.
objective's right
And
here. It's on the other
cargo,
side of
at
the
least
door.
this
I
first
have to
part
figure out
is
how to
very
get there.
about Jensen's being weakened, trying to use his actual natural skills to find his way towards his gear, and the next
Oh,
objective
you can
to
see it
communicate
slightly
to
swaying
the
there.
outside
Huh.
world, to picture it and all. So here's is one of the good example, trying to use the lighting and the staging on the character, ready to be taken down, but everything was
And it
placed
was like
carefully.
one of the only times we really did that in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
entire Human Revolution
Oh, I
Exactly.
can
game.
hide under
Because
here.
the cargo
Didn't know
was
that.
so small, we could actually pushed up a bit more about the visual details, that type of details that we couldn't do in the City Hub that I also designed. So pretty cool stuff.
Okay, that was useful.
Yeah, from the playtest, those
these are- this is different.
alternate paths inside the corridor itself came out very strongly, very good, and I'm pretty proud of those because I tried to add alternatives to just walking down the corridor based on the timing of the patrol, or adding the infamous air vent, which I
Oh.
didn't want to do, even though we do have some air vents in the cargo, as it is obvious. But those work very well, so I'm pretty proud of trying to put the player in, trying to figure out using his observation and still using the ability of looking at the patrol, still in the same environment, like inside the corridor itself, but still slightly off and being safe, and but you're not fully safe, so you have to time yourself between those openings, and it worked really well. I'm pretty glad about it.
A lot of the... Hang on, I want to make sure I get the old one. The other one. I think this was probably it. But yeah, that's actually one thing I do remember from this. The alternate paths actually felt a lot more significant. Not like they weren't noticeable before. More so... How do I put it? More so... They feel, I want to say tighter, like better. Like they feel more significant than just, oh, take the vent, go that way. Because like, oh, if you found the vent, that was like, okay, that was your way through the area for ghosting. But at least here, like it feels more involved. At least...
Bank station control confirmed.
I can't let this keep happening. Come on, I need to track the body, please.
So one of the things that was kind of important for us is we had this whole discussion at the beginning, because you start out in a boat, and since this wasn't a part of a human revolution, it was supposed to be a downloadable content, we wanted to kind of start the player off not necessarily knowing they were in a boat, but giving these subtle details.
Yeah, we were trying to convey that. We didn't tell you outright, at least at first we didn't want to tell you outright you were in a boat, but we had to convey the impression that, okay, you're in a boat, so it moves and it sways from left to right, you have everything rocking, and the thing is, we had very little tech development for the DLC because it was an expansion, it wasn't a new game per se. So we tried faking stuff like just shaking the camera, but it would look a bit weird because the character wouldn't react to the swaying of the boat, so you'd have this impression that people are magically standing perpendicular to the swayed floor. So we only had stuff like, if you look at the ceiling right now, the nets are moving slightly. We had a few animated objects to try and convey, and of course sound ambience mostly gave away the idea that it was a boat, but we were very limited in how we could convey the feeling that it's a rocking boat and there's a storm outside.
Okay, I didn't want to die and have to replay that one again. Sorry, buddy. You're in a horror movie. Why are you moving away? Turn around for like 5 seconds, I beg you.
What are you doing?
Easy. Okay. Guess I am carrying over some of the, loud options. Coolant? It's either coolant or flooding. No, it has to be coolant.
Waiting for Delta confirmation.
Guess this would have been options for getting around, but I guess that doesn't matter anymore. That is... Hang on. I know better. I know better than this. That's why. That's why I saved that there. So, can I...
Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifle
There's a
bank
frag grenade
station
here.
control confirmed.
Where'd the... Jensen, you can't throw. Can I shoot this though? Like...
Holding for dog confirmation.
Wait, what? Oh, I guess that was just another way in. These ones are long too.
Adjusting main ballast tanks. Drop and draft 2 meters.
This one isn't too bad. No, this one should be all good.
Access granted.
Thrusters full back. Slowing to 5 knots.
Wait, did all that do... All that did was impact the lasers. No, it didn't, because these are still here. Ooh. I almost walked right into that. There's actually...
Landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control.
There's actually a lot of ways through this. I'm just stupid. Hang on. Okay, so if I could have gone this way,
Adjusting main ballast tanks. Drop and draft 2 meters.
because I clearly got rid of... I clearly got rid of all the enemies, so then... How am I... I don't understand. Wait, was I supposed to look at the pocket secretary? Lasers, security hub. I'm stupid. Why am I forgetting? I swear I'm not usually this directionally challenged. At least the security hub. I already... Just hope I'm leaving now. Don't forget to spike the camera.
Holding for dog confirmation.
Got it. This way? Please.
Clear landing pad for liftoff.
Okay, that was it.
Bank station control.
They really like using the boxes here. Granted, a lot of people tend to like box stack and interact with boxes in this game, so I can't really blame them for kind of expecting people to use them frequently. If you're reading this, it means you're still alive. Good. Let's try and keep it that way. I was able to acquire all of your equipment, but you won't find much ammunition on the boat. As for your augments, the practice kit should have you up and running like new, or very close to it. Take a moment to collect yourself, but do not waste time. We are on a very tight schedule and a lot is riding on your survival.
Slowing to 5 knots.
So the secret stash was an interesting thing because we wanted to make sure that the players' choices early on in the game would determine what kind of equipment they got here.
Yeah, exactly. And through the initial conversation you had with Nadia, not Netanya.
Netanya.
I mean, Netanya, Nadia. I always confuse it. Anyway, so yeah, during the conversation, I suggested that we have some kind of a branching moment inside the conversation. Not necessarily just role playing for the player, which from time to time we wanted to support in some moment. Not always just a debate conversation, but having those little moments that behind the scenes, the player without knowing, we're actually doing some checks, and depending on how you answer to Netanya, you actually have a different gear that we give you. So I basically have 4 scenarios that I triggered based on how you portray the conversation, how you did the conversation itself, and I just swapped the proper scenarios with the proper gear inside.
And we were always curious because we didn't want to make it super obvious that you're picking stealthy and not stealthy when we were writing the dialogues, but we had to. And then the whole setup of it, of the stuff, because we had to get across the idea that it had been left behind by the secret helper.
More importantly, what we created is people kind of realize, yeah, but Jensen is all bloodied up, and once he gets his suit, he's all clean. And we basically did if you notice, after you take the stash, you'll notice a bunch of little medical pads, bloodied and stuff, as though Jensen had washed himself with, he cleaned himself with the the medical supplies that someone provided him there. And it was the first time basically that we had a swap of character during the gameplay. So that was one of the rare technical development that was done for the DLC.
You've got to be kidding me. It's because my practice kits.
Pritchard, is that you?
I can see that.
Unlocking the door to them.
You're breaking up.
Fine, but see, I see.
Okay, I need... This is gonna suck, but it gives me a chance to slightly... I don't want to say remod, but... I'm genuinely kind of upset that you don't really get a lot of opportunities to punch through walls. I want to keep my Typhoon. More importantly, I want to keep all this. Played these games so many times I didn't even know there was a development commentary. There is for the... for the director's cut. Specifically... Oh, I'm gonna have to, like, adjust everything. I have, like, no ammo. Wait. I don't have my hand cannon ammo. Damn it. Yeah, it's a feature. Yeah, right here in the extras menu. But that's only for director's cut. If you... I don't remember... Wait, is this one different? Because there's the one here.
So the secret stash
Okay, it's
was
not.
an interesting thing because
yeah,
we wanted to make sure
it's
that
available
the
for the director's
player's
cut.
choices early on in the game would
I haven't
determine what kind of
ever
equipment
done it before,
got
so
here.
it's just like
Exactly,
a
and
fun
through the initial
way of
conversation we
experiencing
had
a game
with,
that I've
Nadia,
experienced before.
Netanya.
Nadia, I always confuse it.
Even if it's
so yeah, during the conversation, I suggested
including
that we
for
have
DLC
some
that
kind
I've
of
only
a
played once
branching
before.
moment inside the conversation. Not necessarily just role playing for the player.
Base game,
which
it's a
sometimes
lot
from time to
easier for
time
me to
we wanted
follow since I've done it multiple times,
to
but
support in some moment, not always just
I don't know why
a
that's
debate
there,
conversation,
because
but
it's telling me to leave.
having those little moments that behind the scenes, the player without knowing, we're actually doing some checks, and depending on how you
So listening
answer
to this like for the first time
Nathaniel,
for
you actually have
the
a
DLC is
different
nice.
gear that we give you. So I basically have 4 scenarios that I triggered based on how you portray the
At least
conversation,
my
how you did
handgun's
the
still
conversation itself.
fine.
And I just swapped the proper scenarios with the proper gear inside.
And we
inside
were
the game.
always curious because we didn't want to
Oh.
make it super obvious that you're picking stealthy and not stealthy when we were
Exactly.
writing
Wanna
the
make sure that
dialogue,
this
so
goes
we
through.
had to. And then the whole
Is there really no
setup
other
of it,
ammo?
of the stuff, because we had to get across the idea that it had been left behind
No.
by the secret helper.
More importantly, what we created is people kind of realize, yeah, but
Okay,
Jensen
second
is all
question.
bloodied up, and once he gets his suit, he's all clean. And we basically did
it does.
if you notice, after you take the stash, you'll notice a bunch of little medical pads, bloodied and stuff, as though Jensen had washed himself with, he cleaned himself with the the medical supplies that someone provided him there. And it was the first time basically that we
Oops,
had
didn't mean to do
a
that.
swap of character during the
Harder
gameplay.
to-
So that was one
Ooh,
of the rare
handgun.
technical development that was done
Sorry.
for the DLC.
Harder to follow. Damn. Human Revolution, after replaying it multiple times, I'm kind of used to. So, like, the plot I get a lot easier than others. I think I've only played Mankind Divided start to finish once. Which is a shame, because I actually really like that one. Though, having only beat Mankind Divided once, my memory of it is also pretty shoddy, because I think my last replay of this was a lot more recent than Mankind Divided.
So
Which is
you're about
probably
to experience
why it gives me a good chance
the
to
beginning of a
play
quest,
it again
actually, a side
after
quest
this.
that was totally secondary when there's a crash in one of the cargo holds that happens out of sight.
Yep.
This was a real fun one to try and work out.
It's a typical issue where we already have the level design pretty nailed and produced, and we're trying to polish the experiment, but we're still waiting on the actual scripted event itself and how to push it further. And we had all the ideas on paper, but trying to have the everything done specifically during the time frame we had was very difficult. And basically what I wanted to do is, in addition to the actual objective of the mission itself, I wanted to add some extra to the player. And since we were in hostile territory, trying to add a side quest inside the cargo was basically a no-go.
And story-wise, we wanted to kind of foreshadow some very important events that are going to happen later on in the game.
So that's why I added all those life pods. And as soon as you enter, the original idea is, as soon as you enter the room, you see this huge container because of the storm outside, which just crashing, everything explode, and it actually create a hole in the ground where you see this secret area of life pods. But it didn't work out as pretty as I wanted because of technical issues and trying, like I said, the level design was already pretty far ahead, and we still didn't know
I
how
am a
exactly
pseudo-fake
we
fan.
would crash
I
the
do
container
own the
and
original
the amount
Deus
of time we
Ex,
had
and I
to
did try to
do,
play
and
it,
we
but
had in, to actually create this type of scripted event. So basically, we very at the end we were
kind
able
of bounced
with
off
Steve
of it.
Kowski,
Not like
the
entirely,
audio
but if I
designer,
do it, if I
helped
played
us
again,
on
I'd
on
probably
working the audio part,
get a
and
lot
then
further.
With the FX, we had a very tiny container just
I
falling.
played that
So if you go
before
very
I was a
quickly,
lot
you can
more
see the
accustomed
container
to
itself,
older
but we had to make sure that the
PC
physical
games in
space
general.
between that event and the player did not screw up anything where the player trying to interact with it. And
I was one of those people that well, that's not even true because I played and I really like VTMB. I think specifically it's games that were like before 2000. I want to say games before 2002 that I kind of had an issue playing, or at least going back to. Because I also own the original Witcher. But that game is just really old and a lot of
Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual re-initiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing.
Oh, that's bottom floor.
Service oxygen delivery system.
It's like all the way at the bottom. Relatively speaking, now I could probably adjust to it a lot better. Whichever one is so... Because I'm trying to get back into... Not necessarily even back into... I can jump up there. I'm trying to get over a very specific hurdle in just like my... in my... I guess I want to say repertoire of ammo capacity upgrade. I want to get over a very specific hurdle in my repertoire when it comes to playing certain game past a certain date. Because like if it's a game that was like released on a console before 2000, like is that something? No. If it's a game that's released on a console before 2000, I'm usually pretty easy to acclimate to it. But if it's a PC game from before like 2000, then it's gonna take me a while. Because like I didn't start playing on PC until like 2016.
So right now we're looking at our lovely little secondary objective where we have someone is locked inside the life pod,
and even then, like I
their
was mostly
life
playing
support,
Siege
because of the accident with the containers. Has all their life support is slowly failing, and we kind of wanted to encourage the player to basically try and save this person so we could have a later payoff for your good deeds, and also to form the rest of the story. This was a lot of fun to try and draw players' attention to
Well,
and help them understand
think
what was going on.
Well,
Of
we-
the
we-
oldest
we
games
went
that I
back
have on
to it one or
PC,
two
it's
times during the
between
project
Witcher
where
1, Deus
we
Ex,
had
and I
new
think I
stuff
have
like
one thing
there's
with
red
something
lighting
else.
in the broken pod, there are sparkles, everything is disorganized. We tried to attract the player there, and for some reason this particular area came out in the playtest where we needed to make sure the player noticed that. So yeah.
And every single one of those life pods that are in this area that has somebody who's been kidnapped or arrested in there has a lovely little e-reader on it. And how
Yeah.
many did you have us write for you there, Frank?
I think like 72. Mark was the writer. We helped me on the card.
72?
I actually came to him and I said, I would need all those info books. I need them to be specific by those characters because I want to have more background. And he actually, after he stopped crying, he actually did it, and it's pretty cool. So we
Yeah.
had some fun with it.
We thought on the writing team, we thought it was a great idea until we knew that there were 72 of them. And but Mark was super creative. If you go through and read them, you'll find all sorts of little hidden jokes. In fact, you'll actually discover that some of the people from Gilligan's Island are locked in some of those pods.
Yeah, exactly.
But the whole point was ultimately to let you know that this person was hurt. And if you saved this person, we had trouble trying to figure out what the reward would be back in once you got farther on in through the game. And we ended up, basically the reward that we end up giving you is through a dialogue
Yeah, with Quinn.
with Quinn,
Well,
who is
I
a
remember
merchant.
that.
The most challenging part was not to tell the player who's helping the player. That sort of, it was supposed to be a secret at that point. And then the reward needed to be something kind of casual, it's a good deed, so you're supposed to feel good about it, but I'm not going to help you too much. So if you do save the person in the pod, then Quinn, which you meet later in the missing link, turns out to be helping you and give you like a bit of a discount at his little like on the side store sort of thing.
So everything has a payoff somehow in this
Everything
game.
has a purpose.
Choice and consequences.
Cue
Choice and
the-
consequences. Yeah, so fix the auxiliary power. I don't remember how to do this. Power supply auxiliary reserve energy low. Life support vitals core only. Occupant imminent. Okay, and that shows on both sides. So I need to figure out where one of those extra cores I can find is then. I think I remember doing this one too. Or at least I remember because I was probably in here for a while doing this. Because progress is up, so that means that it's entirely down here. Honestly, the most embarrassing part about playing this again is mostly going to be kind of looking like an idiot compared to the rest of the game, which I typically was going through pretty fine. But again, that's because I had like multiple years of memory and multiple playthroughs to help me with that. I'm going to assume that the actual one has to be here. That's evil. It is right there. It's right there, but all these are in the way. Oh, that was it. Yeah, a bunch of boxes that you can't move, but then there are ones that you can. Miname Mao. Association High. ASA JPN. Actress, singer, local. Possible augmentations, vocal auditory. Secured through talent show initiative. Promise to be mother love for recurrent subjects. i.e. countless hacks. Procedures for workup required upon arrival. Now she's stable. Honestly, I also don't even fully remember a lot of the story for the missing link. Like the main game I kind of remember pretty well, but again, probably only doing this once really, I don't want to say messed up my ability to remember. It's just that I just don't remember. Though, I guess that's kind of the point of replaying this. Because that's also kind of why I want to replay, Mankind Divided. I guess this would have been a way to get over there. Or just to see the stuff over there.
Oh.
Because, come on. Because I had fun with Mankind Divided. I remember explicitly having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, over here we have the first cargo room, the first big environment that I wanted the player actually to play around with the environment. You can actually see the exit of that room towards the bridge, towards your actual next objective, trying to contact the preacher and help, actually get help. But the thing is, because you came from a very tight corridor-ish, a very narrow type of environment, very heavy intentions, I want to change the pace a bit, so I focus more about the environmental puzzle. And the thing is, since we just did the whole production of Deus Ex HR, Human Revolution, we were pretty good with our tools and the editor itself, and we were able to actually do more complex type of interactive objects.
Like that one here, you're standing on a container that can move in different area. It's to a player it looks like a simple object. You just press a button and it moves, but it requires certain scripting, and this is one object that we could do only because we mastered our tools after the development of DX Human Revolution. So we were able of doing those more complicated objects. Well, to us they are more complicated, and at little fees actually. So that's one of the added perks of doing
I didn't
a
need to
DLC,
use my
mastering
legs,
your
I get
tools.
that.
And the thing is, because the container is very in our face, we wanted to play around with it. It's very Deus Ex. You can actually explore the environment or find open containers and find your own way towards the exit, not necessarily needing to use the container itself. So trying to use the augmentations, jumping and whatnot. So that's pretty cool.
Imagine that, giving devs a little bit more time to show their expertise with the tools that they've gotten used to. And then they get to make something interesting. Truly a novel concept. But yeah, I was fairly, I want to say late to kind of PC gaming. Like, I was very familiar with it, but I never really had much experience with it outside of just playing, like, on a laptop. Like, I think one of the first games I owned on Steam was Skullgirls because it had recently came out and I wanted to play that on the go. Yeah, I wanted to play it on the go. It was also relatively cheap, and it was something that my laptop could also play.
So right now, if you go into the corner of just in front of you, you'll notice an open container sprayed with bullets, which was a request from the story team to start off the big legend of Jensen who got captured.
Yes. Well, we figured that the way this was segueing from the Human Revolution, Jensen had gotten inside a life pod, and the next thing you know, when you're playing the missing link, he's beat up, he's been captured, but you never got to see that capture. So we really wanted to have a place in the boat where you actually could find where he had been. He had been captured, discovered, and show that he was not taken down easily.
Yeah, so we kind of crooked the containers and spent a bit of time making blood and bullet impact in there. We spent like 2 days on that thing, just modifying that setup a bit so that it looks, for some reason the guards cleaned the bodies there, but they left some sniper rifle or something like that in there. I think it's a combat rifle that lies. There's weapons that are lying around for you to take.
And if you pay attention to the overheads, you'll notice that Jensen's acts of bravery got bigger and bigger and bigger in terms of the number of people that he took out in order to do this, as normally happens with rumors that are going around.
You know, it got to be so cool in production that we decided to make an achievement out of it. So it's more like it's not an Easter egg like you said, but it's sort of a nice little reward for the player who, you know, sticks with it, and it's a really interesting story.
That's really neat. Too bad. Actually, maybe. Depending on... Okay. If I can actually... Ammo count... Yeah, I just lost so much ammo. If I can... No. That's a mine template. So... Combine those. No, it's not going to be enough space. Damn, I should have put a concussion mine for this. Whatever. First off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Switch this to 8, switch this to 9. And then that at 0. So, sorry Trank Rifle, but I will at least be using the, I didn't map the stun gun. Whatever. I have to use it at least eventually. Or at least I would kind of feel bad if I never, like, showed it off a little. The Trank gun, though, unfortunate, but don't really got a lot of options. Well, I do have a lot of options, and that's kind of the problem. Whoops. Poker night. Since we're flush from our current quote-unquote civilian acquisitions, want to get together with the rest of the guys for poker night? It's been pretty quiet lately, so I'm gauging interest. Let me know. The Shep. Jonathan Shepard. Why did that sound familiar? So that's really the only thing? No, hang on. I keep forgetting that. I want to see what's up here. Knew it, because I saw something that looked a little bit too exposed. Oh, nothing. Cool. Wait a minute. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Okay. Wait, so I can go in here? Wait, then what's the ladder for? Wait, then what can I do here? What do you mean bad grab? What do you mean bad grab? Okay, that's the way through there. Wait, so does that just send me back to there? Okay, now we're getting esoteric, because I have no idea what this is. Ooh. EMP and concussion grenade. At least it's something. Can I not go up there? I guess not. So I can't go up there, can't go there, so I have to go back I have to go back down this hallway. This is nice though. Like, I'm being admittedly a little bit bitchy. Oh. Oh. This is nice though, that it's like a fun little just environment to kind of move around in. 'Cause there's not really a lot of those in the base game to just kind of explore. Ah, it's raining. And it's saved.
Okay, so you're out of the boat right now and you see this storm in front of your eyes, and this is where we display fully the full extent of the new shader development we did for the DLC. This was all content driven without programmers. It's what we could do with our tools. So there's new it's not a new engine per se like people tend to say, it's just new shaders that we used. You have better lighting, you have better shading everywhere, the lighting, you have better contrast, you have the full frame glow, which kind of gives this extra edge of lighting everywhere. And actually full frame glow is probably the cheapest thing we added and the most rewarding technology we added as far as ramping up the graphics in there. So, and you see how we cheated the storm. Basically, you can feel here that the boat is moving. It's actually just the sky around you moving. You have this enormous mesh with water. All the vertex of the water are kind of moving back and forth. Particles are being emitted. But all of this mesh, all
you
the
look
water
at it,
around you,
it's
all the
not
ocean
moving.
and the sky, this is swaying left and right. The boat is actually entirely stationary. It just gives the illusion that the boat is moving because everything else around it moves.
And the sound really helps to sell that as well. All that storm noise and etc.
Yeah, so this is all that's set up here. Even the rain. You have this rain in front of you, which for most of the development we didn't want to put in there. We weren't sure we were able to pull it off in time, but the FX guy made a jump for it toward the end, and it was really great once it was in.
That's a really cool and very smart optical illusion. Because you can look this way and like, yeah, the boat's not moving at all. But the second you look out, because everything else is moving, naturally you think, oh, the boat's moving. No, it's not. It's just the skybox. That's really neat. Hey, buddy. Damn it. No. Can't have you out here in the rain, you'll catch a cold, and I'll feel bad. No, like he's gonna be sleeping in a puddle anyway. Doesn't matter then. Can I jump over here? I can. Anything down here? Lockers. More paint buckets. Ooh. Ooh. Get a fire upgrade. Yeah, this is also kind of why I didn't go for the stun gun when going for lethal. Lethal.
Especially Bert. He doesn't look it, but the guy must be 60. I still wouldn't want to mess with him. Spare me. You afraid he'll hypnotize you or something? Get rid of his odds and he's just another old man. Same with all those spec-off assholes. They're nothing without their augments. Maybe, but you can't show them effective. There's rumors about what they did at the pilot town off New Guinea. Scorched.
I want to see where he moves. You're moving too close. 3, 2, 1. I have one shot at this. Peekaboo. I want the... Oh, I can't even take the... Because of this. Whatever. That. Reload this. No, 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 not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. 2, 1. There you go. One guy dove. He just stayed on the ground. I mean, better safe than sorry, but still. Got handgun ammo. Actually, going non-lethal is also really helpful, at least for me, in the sense that it's an easy way of taking enemies down. I don't need to get close, and I can steal their ammo. Yo.
Yeah, so you see this fisherman kit somewhere
Welcome,
on
Kay.
the deck of the boat. That's one of the Easter eggs that Tama, one artist who did the infamous Destruction Man shells Easter egg in Angsha, he does those kind of joke once in a while, and this is kind of out of context, as though there were fishermen during a storm just fishing there. There was no reason for it. It's just the guy found that funny, and we left that here.
And we supported it, I think, with the pocket secretary even.
Yeah,
There.
there's some mail somewhere saying,
That
"Hey,
sucks
there's a
about
guy leaving
Clean
his
up the
fisher
mess
stuff."
before
Yeah.
Bert gets here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
typical example of an artist having fun with the stuff, and we actually roll bond on it and try to include it in the story as well. But not every time, because in Detroit I had a huge hot dog somewhere in the back alleys, and we said, you know what, it's not really appropriate, so let's remove it.
So this one got to stay.
I mean, it's off in the corner. Nobody's gonna see it. Also, the fact that there's like there's a harmonica and it's clipping through. Like, whatever, just have fun. It's not like it's gonna break the game. It's not like there's a huge continuity error. Like, who cares? Have fun. Do I have to hack this? I do. Uh-oh. Need this to start turning away. So I'm gonna have to do this quick. 1. Quick. Shit. I need to leave. Get out, please. Honestly, I'm all for really silly. I'm all for little silly dev jokes that are just kind of there just to make the devs laugh at this point. It doesn't need to be anything super serious. And if it's a little late, a little ways out of the way, then it's perfectly fine. I don't... Fuck. I have to get through this all again. I don't remember the dope fish in this. I don't think I remember ever hearing about there being a dope fish in this. Okay, sorry buddy, I only care about you getting sick one time. After that, you just become a bother.
Sounds like someone run. I got
Trick.
someone. I heard that.
Why? The Demolition Man Easter egg is a new one to me too. I didn't hear about that one before. The DRB weapon cache in Detroit. I'm unfamiliar with that. I'll have to keep an eye out for that sometime. How is that not going off? that a normal grenade? No, it is not. Far. Sorry, buddy, I know how to count bullets. So, scariest thing now. I don't know how they walk by without that going off. Okay. So... that should be... all of them? Question mark? Yes. Okay. So now, the second big concern. God. Hi, 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 goodbye. Where was the guy that caught me before? Wait, why was... what?
So this white hallway, at the beginning, this always was the same set of corridors and the other one you saw at the beginning of the cargo. But because we're out of the storm and we just got back in, the art director wanted to have a stark change of visual pacing. So this white corridors is very calm, which is a stark contrast to the storm that you have outside. It was something we did at the end of the DLC. We scrambled this set of assets for about 5 days, which was really fast actually. And I think it's a great call from the art director. That's the kind of thing that an art director is made for, just changing pace of the scene, and it makes sense in the context of the storm.
I also didn't realize that due to the missing link being like just a very small and condensed experience. Okay, so it's either... so this is also an example of kind of what I meant about like good choices, where this one thing has 3 different choices. You can either have your strength augments, move this, and then use the grate behind it.
And southward to coast, okay? Moderate or 4, sea fog warning.
There's also different ways you can probably mute this. You can hack that panel, or you just time the laser. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Easy. And of course, that's only really a choice if you don't mind, if you don't want to get caught.
Richard,
Francis Pritchard isn't going to be hearing you anytime soon, Bratan. Not this close to the base is jamming away.
who the hell are you?
Someone who's gone through a lot of trouble to make your escape look like accident. I was hoping you wouldn't call quite so much attention to it
I
on
don't
the way
think
to
that
this
screen's supposed to be
What?
empty.
One works with the tools he has. Get to the aft cargo bay. Find the sally port there and enter it. You're going to encounter more resistance. But the longer you stay undetected, the better off your future will be.
Yeah, that screen was not supposed to be empty.
So this was a very crucial story moment for us, because this was the moment when we reveal that Jensen's getting help from someone. And we wanted to, from a story purpose, you want this to be a very pivotal, important moment. You want the player to focus on it.
Yeah.
But we were limited in our cutscene budget for this, so we couldn't really do it as a cutscene and
Exactly.
ensure that. We had to actually make it more of what we call a forced conversation.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
the conversation itself had to also react to what the player had done earlier, whether he'd played stealthy or not. So we had a lot of challenges in pulling this one off, from both a writing standpoint but also a technical standpoint.
It was a very complex conversation to do technically, because like we did with the first conversation with Netanya, where depending on how you role play in the conversation, we have different gear, and then from then how you play the first section, the trying to exit that environment and getting to the control room to call Pritchard for letting him know that you held hostage somewhere, etc. And then, as you said, it is a reveal that the player also get help from a mysterious contact with that character on the screen, but also he's still isolated from the world because he cannot contact externally to his buddies. But yeah, technically the conversation also tracks the action of the player. Did you get seen by a character by NPCs by combatants?
It is
and all?
Nvidia's fault. Always blame Nvidia.
Very good Deus Ex type of mission scripting. So I'm pretty proud of this one. And
it was very reminiscent of the first Deus Ex because we wanted this mysterious contact, like in the original Deus Ex, to help you get free as well.
Yeah, exactly. And also we had a lot of discussion trying to how do we show that character on the screen, and we at some point we wanted to have a character hidden somewhere outside of the world in an empty space and actually have a camera on his face and see an actual character, but we couldn't technically do it properly, so we basically just did this animated texture with a fake robotic voice behind, so that it ended up pretty good, but yeah, it's good.
So there goes the plan of sneaking by.
So this was a
Oh,
very
'cause I
crucial
was
story
under it.
moment for
My
us
bad.
because this was the moment.
So I think that's fair. 'Cause the only reason I even doubled back is because I thought, oh, I wonder if that's big enough for me to shoot through. The answer was yes.
X-ray 9er, North 7.
However,
Heavy storm,
it was also big enough for them to shoot through.
showers, moderate icing.
Question 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Don't. So, can I throw it this way?
I'd see forecast for mid-area 1011, southeast area.
Somehow he missed.
Rifleman Bank Station, bearing R337.5
I
relative.
don't know how he missed that. By all accounts, his shotgun should have been, like, in my side, but I guess not. Okay, so is this either a way down? Ooh, I don't want to fall down that way. Okay, but that is an option, so... Okay, that's why that's an option. My favorite, the illustrious box. You don't see a goddamn thing. Let me also make sure I have my frag grenade equipped. Not because I'm gonna do anything bad. You know, just for safety precaution. Unless... Oh. He was playing Genshin. So honestly, when you really think about it, he deserved it. I saved him from spending all his money on gacha rolls. So really, when you think about it, he should be thanking me. You know, if he didn't have the bullet hole in his head. How did you survive that? Also, I don't have as many qualms about killing everybody here, considering the fact that they kidnapped me. And they are trafficking people, too. So, might be a little bit more fast and loose. Security rating 2, bite me. Peekaboo. I wonder. Bad timeline. That's just our timeline. I'm sorry. I can't throw you. Hang on. Can I just make you, like, hang here?
Docking bay confirmed.
Come on. Come on. Oh, it looks like... Oh, no. Huh, no, it doesn't... Oh. Oh. I don't know if I should check.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
Okay, now I don't have to check. Funniest thing about a red dot is that this should be annoying him to hell and back. Wonder if I can shoot his nose. Come on, lean back. Lean back. Lean back. Lean back.
Securing bay doors. All personnel
I guess nose shots
prepare
counts as
for
headshots.
unloading.
I'm also getting a lot of pocket secretaries with passcodes, so it's worth it. At least this hasn't happened yet. I think we know better by now. I think we
Beginning
unfortunately...
final approach to Rifleman
Oh, that's all
Station.
right. I think we all unfortunately know at least like one or two like salary company men who spend at least like a quarter of their paycheck specifically on stuff like AFK Arena. Not saying playing AFK Arena or Genshin Impact makes you a human trafficker.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
But I know a lot more broke college kids playing Limbus than I do playing Genshin. Though that's probably my own own bias. It probably says more about the broke college kids that I just spend time around. I guess that was only for the
Securing
hacks.
bay doors.
I should probably use those though.
All personnel prepare for unloading.
So my coworker playing AFK between it. I don't understand. I don't understand a lot of I don't understand the appeal of those auto battlers. How do I get further down? Well, no, I can't even say like auto battlers because it's not even like you're just auto battling. Like the whole game is just you not playing the game. That looks like, hang on, because this looks like a perfect spot for Icarus landing, which I have not had the chance to use like at all. Like you get so few opportunities to use this. Oh, I should have made sure I could actually get there. Never mind. Never mind. That was a waste of an
Docking bay
upgrade.
confirmed.
Can I really not get there? Yeah, no. Fine. I'm grabbing the strength upgrade then. I don't understand people that want to, like, only... Because at that point, you're not even playing a game. It's just like an app that's running on your phone. Even Cookie Clicker's more of a game than that, to me. Granted, I like a lot more very... Icarus Landing! You only get to use that, like, 2 to 3 times in the main game. Genshin player. Well, you can say that. Technically, you can say that about, like... Technically, you can, and a lot of people say that about, like... How is a shotgun reaching that far? You can say that about, like, all gacha. Not necessarily that I believe it. But you can definitely make a very uncharitable case for a lot of, them. But, like, I was just, like, I was just playing, what was it? Wizardry... I'm gonna keep forgetting, like, the full name. I was just playing, like, I was about to say Wizardly. Wizardly of Waverly Place, the new hit gacha for people that were teens, like, 15 years ago. Because, like, I was just playing Daphne, not Diana. Wizardry Daphne. Because it plays a lot like it plays like, well, I was just talking to you about it, Kay. It plays a lot like very old dungeon crawlers. The way that I can even compare it is that I was playing it like my mental comparison for that. Ooh, practice cat. My mental comparison while playing it was, come on. My mental comparison when playing it was Persona 1, because that was that's still, like, the premier first-person dungeon crawler that I played. It's grandmother of the genre. Yeah, it's a really, really old... It's a really old-style dungeon crawler. Like, no, it's...
Is anyone there?
At least in terms of my understanding, it very much is close to a wizardry game. Oh, it's gonna keep doing that, like, the second I fall more than 2 feet. Yeah, very classic dungeon crawler. 6 units make up your party. Persona 1 was influenced by it, but Persona 1 was also very much by that, was made during that era of Atlas where the S&T games were mostly, first-person dungeon crawlers. Because that big change didn't happen until around S&T 3. Because that's when we get into the modern era. But yeah, 3 people make up your front line, 3 people make up your back line, in terms of party comp. Enemies hit hard. Wizardry was also before S&T 1. Yup. Enemies hit really hard. You can only level up when you go back to pressurization. You can only level up when you go back to your inn to save. Not to save, when you go back to your inn to rest. But if you rest at the stables, which are free, there's a chance of you getting robbed and potentially other negative things happening. So you need like 200 gold. You need 200 gold for like the stable room, but then you're also constantly using your gold to buy health potions, to buy magic upgrade and weapon upgrades.
So what we call the SAS, that type
escape
of
system.
Security airlock system.
Games are escapism than a game that only has its rewards.
door that you wait to load.
Only has rewards
When
as
you see
escapism
those
don't
type
feel
of things in
rewarding in
games,
life,
typically
so relying
it's because
hooking
they're
vulnerable people
trying
and
to
then
load
leaving
data
purchases in their
on
face.
the other end of the door. This is what we're doing here. Basically, we made that compromise
I
of
don't
no hard
want
loading.
to
So there's no hard
say-
loading in DLC. You probably noticed that. But there's those SAS, and that's a compromise. When the SAS is animating and doing all of his fluffy stuff,
So this is
it's
them
actually
hiding the loading
loading
screen,
the next room,
which was a big thing around this
uh,
time.
depending of the direction you goes in, which was tons of little
I
technical
don't
development
think
we had
it's
to do to
necessarily
make it
people
work
not
properly.
feeling rewarded in life.
And we
I think a
needed 'em
lot
for
of
a
it,
couple reasons.
especially
I mean,
when it
we
comes
needed
to
'em
free to
for the
play
loading,
games,
but
is
we
that a lot
also
of people
needed 'em
don't
for
want to put
story
in effort,
purposes. They kind of often serve as gates.
or they're very
because
often
we wanted
tired.
to make sure that you achieve
Let me
certain
make sure that
objectives.
this
Like, for example, you
goes
have to
through.
go see Netanya before you can get access to the prison, and so they were kind of necessary for story purposes. I think this particular one that we're seeing first was very difficult because we also had to have the mysterious contact you in the midst of loading, which was a big challenge and a big debate
Yeah.
as to whether we'd be able to pull that off or not.
I think it's actually interesting that we could merge story element into this type of typically technically required thing as this SAS is.
But they do take a long time, and because unfortunately there's a lot of backtracking that has to be done in this, they do get quite annoying after a while.
Yeah.
And for that,
do remember
we're
hearing
really,
about that.
Really sorry.
Sorry, guys.
I do remember hearing people complaining about the like if you wanted to backtrack, those screens do get annoying. But again, like kind of during this era, that was when a lot of games were like, oh, no loading screens, but really all they were doing was hiding it. That's what Dead Space did a lot of. But to go back to what you said, MX, MK, my bad. I don't know why I read that as an X. I don't think it's necessarily that they aren't rewarded in their normal lives as much as they're kind of just tired. Like, especially when it comes to free-to-play games, a lot of people really don't like working hard, especially in, I guess I want to say nowadays, because like Wizardry Daphne has very negative reviews. Tribe 9 did not launch at all, but then there's a bunch of AFK games that are very monetizable and that make a lot of money because all they do is circumvent time that people have to wait for something, but you're still getting like all the dopamine hits of like, oh, my characters did this thing, or like, oh, I geared them up in this type of way, which feels a little hypocritical for me, especially considering that like I used to play a lot of Genshin. Not Genshin. I used to play a lot of Grand Blue. Sorry, 2Gs. I used to play a lot of Grand Blue, and a very big issue that Cygames had around the time when I was playing was that they did not want people doing full auto teams, because full auto was just playing. Full auto would have the game basically play itself for you. It would activate all your character's abilities just in a row, and so basically a lot of people optimized for that. They would use characters that had like some auto healing. They would chain that together with ones that had Ogi set up so that they can get their supers, and when they got their supers they also got these benefits, which would either be turn cooldown and also all this other stuff. So at a certain point they ended up making different fights that were called V2, which had an active guarding mechanic. So the way that you end up working and playing for those V2 fights, and characters that are strong for those V2 fights, are a lot more manually controlled. But at the same time, there's still a bunch of other raids and a bunch of other content that you can still full auto through. So it's a little bit of a balance, but it hasn't fully alleviated the problem. But I think the difference with that and then something like AFK Journey or even Memento Mori in some cases, and I did try to get into Memento Mori, I like games with mechanics. I said it before, whales want to flex their credit card. If they weren't able to buy those kinds of things, yeah, they would buy a Rolex or something like that. A lot of it is that too. A lot of it is like, oh, I want to show off like the money I have, and they'll do that by saying, hey, look at these characters that I have, look at the weapon I got for them, look at how strong they are. It's a status thing. Like, it is purely a status thing where people don't really... I remember these. Yeah, these were really slow. It's purely a status thing where it's kind of like your way of flexing.
Biometric data assembled.
But then... But that's also why a lot of those games tend to have like really big free feature creep, where it's like the new characters that come out that's super expensive
Sadly, Norway can set the base on alert. I may
tends
able
to
buy
be
you some
like
time,
very
but
powerful.
So, you're a hacker.
there's a maintenance tunnel in loading
Because a
bay
lot of
one.
those people who like to
Access
spend a
to
lot of
the
money
floor panel. Get
don't
inside.
tend to
Follow
actually
the
know how to play the
cables
game
and
or know how to
try
use
not
those
to kill
characters
the
very
person
well.
inside.
Access granted.
See the point, but it's hard to shake the feeling that we aren't putting the line of on something bad. I think, because this is actually something that I've like kind of been trying to somewhat reconcile with. Why am I on alarm? Oh wait, this is just a cargo elevator. This has been something I've been trying to kind of reconcile with, where it's just like... Fuck, machine pistol. But I don't use machine pistols anyway. I've been trying to reconcile with it because, like, I don't want to be like, oh, you're a bad person because you want to relax with a video game and not actually give it time and effort. And, like, there are some games, like, like the League's Auto Chess. Like, in that case, I can kind of... It has to be, like, right here. I'm stupid. In the case of something like League's Auto Chess, like, yeah, the intent is clearly to be something that people can kind of just play without thinking. And, like, at a certain point, there is, like, some games that are engaging as auto battlers, or something akin to an auto chess. And I think when it's made for that, it's not like that bad. But then at the same time, I get kind of like, I don't want to say like I get upset, but like, because I'm trying not to make a new thing bad, but it's like, to me, a very, cannot play auto chess without thinking, you need to pick your units carefully and on the fly. Yes, that's like, there's an aspect of that that I very much like respect and enjoy. Even, he's not gonna die in one shot, because even Uma Musume is kind of like, you can technically call it like an auto battler, but it's mostly you training your horse girl, getting her the stats and stuff that she needs, and then like hoping that she performs well. But hang on, I don't want this guy to turn around. How are you alive? Don't worry, I won't. There's another guy. Oh, he's coming over. He's coming the other side.
This is the spot. Keep looking. Someone must be there.
Who are you talking to?
Cover me. Moving to attack.
How are you? Was I at full health? The min-maxing of companies of human behavior for profit at any cost. One, that's marketing. Part of that is marketing. Part of that is also... Hang on one sec. Because I've had something on my head this entire time when my hair was drying. Hang on. Sucks to be you guys. But because it goes
This
into
very moment
psychology.
it's basically the end of the cargo mission, where you actually finally get out of the boat.
I need to figure out how to
Originally
deal
on
with
the
this.
scripts and the game, we didn't really have any moments, anything specific or special, and so we had a lot of discussion, story level design, and everything, to make it like a bit of an event for a player. So
suit is freaking
instead of
out.
just having this corridor or this like bridge or something, we decided to put a button basically, which is you trigger something and then the whole cargo doors open very slowly and reveal the main base, the secret base.
I didn't expect the box robot. Hang on.
It's this secret environment that you're gonna have to negotiate for like the next few hours of the game. So it was a very, very important moment, and it actually took a long time to develop, to make it work, make it fit, music-wise, sounds, and the whole environment, the lighting, everything. But I think it turned out very, very well.
I can't believe that worked. That worked really well. The min-maxing of like people's psychology, I'm trying not to be like cynical about it, because it's not in the sense that I'm really trying to find the right words for it, because it is something that like I do. Oh, there's two separate ones. Because it is something like I do think about and I do worry, even though I'm not like directly in the I'm not like in a developer position. But like that's all marketing. All marketing is like human behaviors and certain patterns, and like some patterns work better on certain people than they do on others. And there's another one here. This one has so many. I'm really trying to find the right words for it, because part of it, at least for the way that I've reconciled, is that there's a lot of tactics and stuff that don't work on me, like, or I guess the way to put it is that it's not necessarily that they don't work on me. It takes a lot more for them to work on me. I'm very active. I'm very active in making sure that I'm not subject to ads. Like within my daily life, mostly because I really don't like them. I grew up in a age of the internet where like you really didn't kind of see ads nearly as much as you do now. They're not like constantly beating you over the head, and so like my first reaction whenever I see a bunch of ads is like, oh, gross. And like I took a class on it. Like I have a degree in sociology, so like yeah, no, it's a lot of patterns. It's a lot of pattern recognition. It's like stuff that our brains are like normally going to do. So a way that I've kind of reconciled with it is that I'd rather people who are going to treat you better make or use systems like that than purely allow people with the worst intentions to let you do that. Social media manager for a company, online everything is an ad. And advice posting about a product is an ad. Yeah, that's exactly. Like, it's all about getting your name out there, letting people know who you are, and branding. Like anything that produces positive buzz or like garners some type of attention. Even people saying negatively about something, it's a great way of garnering attention. That's how I ended up playing Tribe 9. I ended up playing Tribe 9 because it's like, oh, end of service, and like a lot of people. MGW Tare Net CU Cap? What the fuck does that mean? Like it's all, what was it? All publicity is good publicity unless you know, you're doing certain things. But it's because you also can't guarantee that like somebody has your best intentions. And like that's a very unfortunate thing. But like when I play when I played or when I used to play Grand Blue as much as I used to, like the main thing that kept me from playing any other gacha was Grand Blue's draw rate, was Grand Blue's gala, was the frequency in which they gave out gems. Like they are very genuinely very fair and very friendly to free-to-play players, because there's a lot of English players. There's a lot of English-speaking players who literally can't put money into Grand Blue without going through several hoops in order to attempt to do so, on top of having a phone by a Japanese provider. But it's like, oh, well, if you like gacha, you should try Fate Grand Order. Don't look at the draw rates, though, because they're abysmal. And it's like, cool. Why would I care, then? Why would I care about a game that doesn't have the type of events that give me as many characters, doesn't give me... The characters aren't at a better draw rate, that the characters aren't even the major factor in you being strong. It's, for Grand Blue, it's more about the gear that you had. Like, because that's also something that I like about Tribe 9, where, like, the characters, like, yeah, they're really neat, but the game itself is genuinely difficult. It's mechanically demanding. And that's a reason why a lot of people fell off of it, is because, oh, no, the things that it wants me to do weekly and daily are actually, like, really hard. There's a lot of games that are just, like, outright, almost overtly hostile.
At this very moment, and it's basically the end of the cargo mission, where you actually finally get out of the boat. Originally on the scripts in the game, we didn't really have any
like
moments,
the ones that are way more
specific or special, and so we had a lot of discussion, story level design, and everything to
there are
make
a lot
it
of things
like a bit of an event for a player. So instead of just having this core,
hang on, because that was just at the button. There's a lot of games that are just like way more hostile, and I don't like that. I can't play something like that.
You trigger something, and then the whole cargo doors open very slowly and reveal the main base, the secret environment that you're gonna have to negotiate for like the next few hours of the game.
Like,
so it was a
even
very, very
if it's something
moment. And it actually took a long time to develop, to make it work, make it fit, music-wise, sounds, and the whole environment, the lighting, everything. But I think it turned out very, very well.
Like, one thing that I really respect about Final Fantasy XIV is the fact that it's very understanding if you take breaks. Like, I remember Yoshida talking about, like, how the expectation is, like, yeah, you can play a lot of 14 if you want. We don't want to be the only game that you play, but if we are the only game that you play, then, like, that's a very big honor for us, and, like, we'll give you stuff to do. But, like, when they ended up delaying Dawn Trail by, like, a week for the Elden Ring DLC, like it's like, sure, there's potential that like there was probably another reason, or like they needed another week for something, but I don't know, like there's a certain level of respect that you can kind of feel from some games than you feel more from others. Like, I don't have the tolerance for games that have energy systems anymore. I just don't. Like, Limbus is the only one that gives me that. Very forgiving for breaks, very hostile for alts. They do not like you making alt accounts. Yeah, no, I'd rather just server hop than try to make an alt on EU again. But gachas with energy systems, I can't do it anymore. I can't. Grand Blue spoiled me. Grand Blue has an energy system, more or less, but you get so many free refills for that energy system that it's functionally non-existent. Like, that energy system doesn't practically function, And even Uma Musume is kind of getting to that point with me, because I've mostly just been stockpiling. The amount of energy you get back for your careers, it comes back so quick. The energy that you get for PvP comes back in you get to store up to 5 chunks, and they come back in chunks of 2. They come back in chunks of 1 every 2 hours, so you don't even need to wait 24 hours to do PvP again. But even then, the rewards for PvP are like relatively minor. Like, they're small and they're nice, and you do get stuff to spend it, but it doesn't nearly give you as much stuff as like doing normal career. But it's an additional source of getting stuff. So like, why not do it? But like a game that's like, hey, you better log in every day or else you're gonna waste your energy, I can't. I've been treated too well for too long, and even though I'm not playing Granblue actively right now, I think that's the biggest thing that I really do want to like say. Like, I'm not playing Granblue as much as I'd want to, and even playing Uma Musume has made me want to go back to playing Granblue, because I remember like, oh, I don't feel as pressured to do things daily. Sure, if I do things daily, I will make more progress, and there's other things I can kind of get, but I don't feel forced. I don't feel like I'm being actively punished for not doing things every single day. And that's not something I can get from another gacha. That's not something I can get from other gachas that have those energy systems. Because they have those energy systems that you get in every day. And because you get in every day, that creates a pattern.
So noticing
and because you're
the
creating that
guards
pattern...
that are just at the bottom of the ramp, one thing like we do very well in Deus Ex is the environment reacts to past actions. In this case, if you had created chaos on the boat, these guys would be alerted and already expecting somebody to come out of this this environment right now. And if you didn't, well, obviously they're just talking and are just like going on their patrol and everything.
I guess it's because they didn't. Because
I
didn't want them to set the alarm.
But
like, I can't play games that have like energy systems, or say like play every day, or else you're gonna fall behind.
Yeah, we had only 13 weeks to do the DLC, which means that we had plenty of cuts to do in from environment wise. At first, we didn't want to do the exterior of the base that you're standing in right now, but basically the level artist just saw the mandate and just said, you know what, I can do this, and he basically added this upon himself to just do this exterior of the boat, exterior of the base, and that really creates quite a seamless switch from the boat to the base, which is much more interesting than what we had planned, which was crummy at best.
And it works really well too, because we also wanted to get that change of scale from inside the boat. You're inside those real tight corridors and locations, and then you get into this base and wow, suddenly it's big and open, and so the addition of that was a really, really nice plus for us.
That's incredible. But like, yeah, no, I like, because like, I don't even want to say that like there's not effort put into gachas. Like, there clearly is, and there is like a talent to making them work and to making a very sustainable game, and especially making a profitable game. Like, they're just another form of game that just comes with its own like positives and negatives. But because it's also free to play, sometimes you do have to do certain patterns so that you can make sure that you keep people playing. Because like, yeah, if somebody has like a really good like first 5 to 6 hours, but then they never log in again, then like, what was the point of them even downloading your game in the first place? Level 5. So like, that's why the dailies and energy systems started becoming a thing. Genshin's system for like crafting weapons has you going around the environment, marking your map, so that you can, probably shouldn't have done that, marking your map and then going to visit other players' worlds so that you can get resources that are on their maps. like it's all systems of retention in some way.
Access granted.
Some of them I definitely agree with more than others. Some of them I think are less evil than others. That's a typhoon. Yeah. That was it. That was like very unique. Some of them I will say are like just more overtly evil than others, but I understand why they're there. I'd prefer if they weren't, and like those systems clearly work on some people, but I think kind of a way to, or at least a way that like got me to not have a tolerance for that is to show that you can make a successful game without them. But you can't make every game just suddenly successful, especially if you're trying to make something that is very akin to the top 3 made by the single biggest company that's making multi-billion dollars.
So one of the other challenges we faced in creating the DLC with our tight time frame is that we really couldn't create a lot of new AI or new enemies, and we really wanted to make a better and a different experience for players. So we had to get really creative, didn't we, as to how we got around that?
That's right. We looked into different archetypes and all sorts of new characters, and it was very very difficult for us to just get on with it and match with the story and the environment. So we decided that since it's a military base and it's supposed to be secret, it's off the grid, so it should be more defensive in nature than offensive. So no need for missile launchers and like satellite connection, nukes and stuff. So we wanted to make it more like it's easy for you to, if you find it, to get in, but then it's kind of hard to get out. So these typhoon turrets that you see turning are based on a design that you also see at the very beginning of Human Revolution, that's used for on dummies in Serif Industries. So we decided that, since it makes sense that the tyrants were there before and they stole some technologies, they probably took that technology and used it for their own use, and that's defensive in nature. So you'll see them in different corridors if the alarms are triggered. It's like one of those mechanics that we figured out would make something interesting and off top.
And there we go.
I remember the Typhoon being like the main thing that a lot of people also took away from this, because it's like I think it's the only time that they show up.
Keep your eyes open.
Surely there's somebody else showing their face. Multiple people. I guess.
Someone must be there.
I guess if there were to be a moral of like all the things that I was saying.
You see anything?
There will be people that have very bad intent and will attempt to use like those dark patterns and bad patterns to kind of hook and retain vulnerable people into their ecosystem.
I know you're here.
But I think just pointing out the thing bad isn't going to necessarily solve it. I don't want to say like you can just make something better and like immediately pull them off of it, but I think you can at least show people that there are ways of doing what they're doing just without being as aggressive.
The security that you have in front of you is another first for the DLC. It's not something very special, but it's a little trick that we sort of learned to do. If you look at the turrets, if you access the turrets, you can get a vision like a camera from it, but we faked it, and by putting a security camera inside the turret model. So if you look at a turret outside, like in the corridor, you won't see it, but that was a way for us to actually tell the player where the turret is actually looking. So we sort of made the POV, the point of view from the turrets move at the same time as the camera. And that was the only way we could figure out how to make the security system in this room very challenging for the player and the constraints we had.
It's really fascinating hearing like all the different ways that they made like these small adjustments and changes because of the lessons that they learned in the main game. Like it's genuinely really neat. That alarm is still blaring. I think what I was saying before was that like, because I grew up on games that have like a lot more system mechanics. Like, well, I can't say like more in relative terms, but like games that were very standalone, just like. I don't know why this is instantly coming to mind, but something like Hitman Blood Money. Like, that came out, and it's like, okay, this is a very standalone thing. It's not like you could get different outfits or roll for different weapons for 47 to potentially start a mission with. Like, those were either weapon unlocks, or you got better at the map, and then you learned how to route your way... Or you learned how to route your way to... Fuck. Or how to route your way to, like, the things that you needed or the things that you wanted to accomplish the little plan that you had. Or to do, like, one of the special executions. Player-driven, I should say. I think that's the right way of putting it. A lot of the gameplay in the games that I really enjoyed when growing up were very player-driven. I felt like I had a lot of agency in not only what I was doing, but also just the direct control that I had in terms of what I did and when I did it and how... I want to say strong? Effective in how effective I was, where it wasn't like, oh, I needed this weapon to be good at it. I think Halo actually would be like a really good example, at least for like me to make, because a lot of being good at Halo came down to a multitude of different factors. Like, sorry, my nose is itchy. Like, on a very base level, like, a lot of it is mechanical skill. Like, can you aim? Can you go on fishing?
So earlier I talked about how complex the dialogues were to write for the missing link because they had to react to a lot of variables. The conversation with Quinn is by far the most complex of all the conversations we had to write because there were many, many things going on. Because we gave the player access to the base, because we allowed you to play the objectives in the order you want, first we had to realize that if you did not talk to Netanya, he couldn't be here. So we had to put up like a gone fishing sign, which was also a hint that he was actually on the boat waiting with you earlier. But then we also had to, basically for his dialogue, include all of these possible reactions to how you treated people in the base, whether you killed a lot of people in the base or not. We had to actually add to it a side quest because this Quinn gives you this optional side quest, so we had to have all these strings of dialogues that react to whether you found the pieces, whether you accept the dialogue. We also had to make allowances for if the player gets the social aug, then you can use the social aug against Quinn to, I forget exactly what the point was for that, but like maybe you'd get cheaper prices or something like that. And we also had for Quinn the fact that if you did the optional secondary objective inside the cargo boat, he would have to react to that. And we also, because again, we had all the ways that you could complete this, you could actually see Netanya, go into the base, do a lot of the missions for her without ever seeing Quinn. And so we had to kind of take into account for that, and we had to take into account whether you get an objective later on with this eye and come back. So this was one of those conversations that really had to be fully graphed out long before we even started writing it. And then add to that the character of Quinn himself and the flavor. So this one was a lot of fun and a lot of challenge to write, and to act it out as well.
Do you need some water at this point?
I don't think I need to go this
Here,
way.
if you look at the environment, you're seeing it's a good example of our new way of modeling environment after HR. After HR, all the artists were kind of sick of doing it the old ways. It was kind of an annoying way to work. So
I completely forgot about the ARG.
Environment which has a lot more polygons in it instead of textures, and if you look at the floor you see that everything is kind of modeled a bit. Instead of mapping individual mechanical lines, we're giving a lot more volumes to the environment. We can actually
I wish a lot
push
more
off
games did ARGs nowadays.
a lot of polygons in this engine, and we didn't use that enough in the original game. We really used polygons to the max in that game. It enabled us to work much faster and create more interesting environment. The volume is there. It's just more interesting. And mail me if you think it's ugly. I don't really care. No, I do care. But it's an interesting way of working.
It's not ugly.
And it's not really
beautiful.
ugly.
I
Thanks.
think it's beautiful.
Thanks. I have my own complex, and yeah.
To okay, because clearly I got here early. Well, no, I could probably take the elevator and go back up. To go back to what I was saying about Halo, because a lot of things that made playing Halo or like being good at Halo was very player driven. A lot of it was like mechanical skill. I don't like that this is taking a while. A lot of it was player skill, mechanical skill, map knowledge, knowing how to play the map, how to work on the map, the power weapon spawns, the power weapon location, knowing where would be good positions if you wanted to snipe, knowing what was good control points for player flow and map knowledge in map control. A lot of it wasn't just like, oh, I had the strong gun. It's kind of cool to Scarif's website being hacked in the face, but then digging into source code will allow you to see the snippets of Jensen inside the pod. I think I remember that. I very faintly remember that. But like, I wasn't super into, I don't want to say like the Deus Ex community, but I wasn't really super up to date with the stuff that was going on then. But I think in retrospect I heard about it and it always sounded like super interesting. Like the last big ARG that I really remember was the PlayStation Home one and I Love Bees. In case that doesn't give away my fucking age somehow.
Get me a position.
In the room right in front of you, so basically.
That dude swung around the corner. Whatever. I think I remember seeing certain clips about the pod thing. Oh, I'm all the way back here. I should be fine though. Actually, yeah, I should be fine, because this brings me... No, that brings me back here. Hi, bud. Why is there gas? Why is there gas? I gotta start saving more. 1, I gotta start saving more. 2, in case if it wasn't obvious, I'm playing on hard.
Who's there?
Come here and find out.
Hold it!
Please. I love that one so much. Come on. My aim was so bad. So I keep saying like I wish that they were adding more ARGs. I'm not smart enough to solve ARGs. I'm really, like, I think they're really cool. But that is a lot of very... It's not like they're complex. Like, a lot of them are kind of, like, facilitated off of the knowledge that different people have. Either world knowledge, locational knowledge, knowing stuff like Morse code, knowing, like, different types of ciphers. Like, the people who do them and can do them are, like, very impressive, genuinely. And it is, like, a very... You do have to be, like, genuinely smart to do them. I am not one of those people. Like, I like soft sciences, I like psychology, I like player behavior, but if you ask me to, like, do anything related to, like, code breaking, anything at all tied to ciphers, I am absolutely the wrong person for it. I will disappoint you within seconds. But I do think they're really cool, and I do end up, like, I used to watch, like, a couple of videos that were about, how various people would solve, that is one that I had not seen. I did end up watching, I used to watch a couple videos about different, ARGs and how people used to solve them.
So the air vents. You're about to go into the cable ducts, which is a new variant of the air vent. You had the same air vents throughout the entire game in the XHR, and we certainly realized that this is kind of annoying. There's this manufacturer which does the air vent for the entire planet.
I don't know, I like hanging out in air vents.
Yeah. So we did this new version, which is kind of the IT guys version of the air vents with cables and computers all the way in there. It was from a gameplay request at first that you have this hackable air vent, and it kind of makes sense. But yeah, from now on we're going to try to have way more variety in narrow passageways for you players.
And they ended up doing that in Mankind Divided. At least I think it worked out pretty well.
That's far enough, Jensen.
Oh, that's why you can run into right here.
I said that's far enough. I can explain everything if you just stay where you are.
You're pointing a taser at me.
Why don't you put the gun down? Then maybe we can talk.
You think I'm stupid? You've got every reason in the world to hate me, and I've heard what you do to your enemies. Tell me, did
Fair
you
enough.
enjoy murdering so many men on your way here?
Fair
You're
enough.
the one who let me off the leash.
It wasn't my choice. As a matter of fact, I think you're going to get us both killed before this is over.
Also
But if we'd
possible.
left you in that brig, who'd be around to save your Dr. Reed?
What do you know about Megan?
I know the name set off way too many bells and whistles when I added it to Burke's profile search on you. But it helped me to figure out who you are and why you stowed away on the ship. You think Belltower kidnapped her, don't you?
You want to tell me you didn't?
I wish I could. But after what I've seen this past year, all I know for certain is she's not on the base. Not anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
Not what you're thinking. Listen, Rifleman Bank Station supports all Belltower operations in this region, Jensen. Regular contract and special op. 6 months ago, I received orders to pull every regular grade soldier and civilian contractor away from the airstrip. 2 Black Hawk helicopters set down minutes later. I thought it had to do with Australia, especially when I saw covered stretchers coming out.
How many?
5. Guarded by a heavily augmented special ops team. Burke went out to meet the leader, and the whole group disappeared inside the detention camp. There's some kind of black project going on in there, Jensen. Something involving prisoners and scientists. and I need you to find out what it is.
Why me?
Why me, Keitner? That is your name, isn't it? The one Burke used back on the ship?
Natanya Keitner, yes. And it has
Thank
to
you
be
for the follow,
because any
DX.
movements I make are noted and logged. I can't risk blowing cover.
Trying to
Cover.
remember.
Who are you working for?
A few months ago, an Interpol
There
agent
is-
approached us. They've had Bell Tower on their radar for some time, but
Could have sworn that went off
they've
last
never
time
been
too.
able to prove anything.
There is a
The things
link
that agent
to
pointed out about
the Blue
this
Sky
base,
in the Discord down below.
It opened
I
my eyes to a lot of things.
getting better at making sure to post
So
that
you
both
see,
of them
Jensen,
whenever
I
I'm
really
live.
am playing the good cop and the bad cop.
Tell me more about these scientists.
Technically, I'm in charge of operations here,
I
so I keep
remember this
tabs on
voice
people
actor. I
coming
don't
in and
remember
out.
her name though.
Burt keeps meeting with doctors and researchers, telling me it's part of his interrogation technique.
You got any names?
None that I trust, unless the Doe family suddenly expanded into Australia and Asia. Thing is, I don't always see how they leave.
Yet you're sure that Megan did.
The Blackhawks did. Without the stretchers, but loaded with 5 stasis pods this time.
I'm gonna need more information than that. Tell me about this Black Project.
I wish I could, but it's been classified. So classified every BT suit I've talked to refuses to even acknowledge its existence.
But you've seen something.
Only the edges. This station is part base, part military stockade, and every week a new shipment of belligerents arrives. Only
Belligerents.
Interpol says they're not on anyone's terrorist watch list. Most are just civs. Harmless civs.
Very lightweight on
Burt
social
takes
media.
them into a
Honestly,
restricted
that's
wing
not
of the
pretty
detention
fair.
camp and they just disappear.
Honestly, I've been kind of cutting back a lot more recently.
Fine. What do you need me to do?
Probably.
Hold still for a second.
What the?
What the?
Relax. I'm just compiling your biometric signature. Retinal scan, pulmonary and vascular imaging, the works. Once I upload it to the network and give Corporal Alan Tyler a security rating, you'll be able to pass through specific checkpoints in this sector.
Neat.
Only this sector, not
Yeah,
others.
no.
Because
Social
I've
media,
seen how
especially
bloodthirsty
in
you
recent
like
years,
to
has
be.
been very
I can get you into the detention camp, but the
exhausting.
interrogation wing is going to be a problem.
Which is why
Only Burt can
Discord's
give
been
clearances for that.
pretty
And I
fun.
assume you don't want me to go ask for
Or at
one.
least a lot more
Still
interesting
the
than they
command.
used than it
There's a
used to be.
security mainframe inside the detention camp's central command tower. You'll need to upload this copy of your biometrics there by hand. Contact me using your Infolink once you do. Any more questions?
I'd like a little clarification here about you and Burke.
I have a feeling she would
I
tell me
take it
about
he
Ren
outranks
if I
you.
ask her.
Technically, yes. But this station is only part military stockade. And while he and his unit have 100% control over the detention camp, I have authority over the base.
So I don't need to worry that this is all just some creative attempt at mutiny.
Mutiny? You think I'd risk so much because... Listen close, Jensen. Burke is a sexist, chauvinist pig. And yes, he outranks me. He's also been in Bell Tower a lot longer than me, so he's got more connections. Which he's used to undermine me at every turn. But that is not why you and I are standing here right now. People are getting hurt. Innocent people. And we have to find out why and expose it.
Exposure could destroy Bell Tower.
Bell Tower used to have honor. We do this right, it might again someday.
That's honestly a compelling enough reason.
The guards in the prison complex, are they Burke's men or yours?
Definitely Burke's. Highly trained, special operatives. So if you start a firefight in there, don't expect to live long.
I'll keep that
Fair
in mind.
enough.
That's all I need to know.
Good. I'll upload to the security network from here, so get going. Alan Tyler will exist by the time you reach the prison security port. Oh, and one more thing. There's a mechanic on the base named Quinn, a civilian contractor with a sideline in procurement. He's discreet and I trust him. So if you need extra firepower, seek him out. He's near the elevator in the lower level maintenance area. Just be careful and try not to draw too much attention.
So you've just had a very long conversation with Natanya Keitner, a choice conversation. One of the interesting things for us as we approached the writing for the DLC was we realized that
This is the only way
we
in
were
here.
very limited on our cutscene budget. I think we had 3 minutes total for the whole DLC, and we wanted to actually put more of the storytelling into conversations where the player would actually have choices. We call these forced conversations. It made it for a lot more fun for the player, I think, to experience the story through these dialogues. And it also made it a lot more fun and challenging for the writers because we had so many different variables that we had to react to with how you played the cargo, whether you were being sneaky, whether you were killing people. And we had, so these conversations in the DLC ended up being so much more longer than anything we'd written for any of the conversations we'd written in HR, with the exception maybe of the boss fights. But they were a lot more fun. But the interesting thing about this one was the room that we had to put her in.
If you look around you, you'll notice something weird. There is no door in that room, and that doesn't make sense. And we actually discussed about that during the project. Is should we put doors? But then if we put a door, that means that there's something on the other side of that door, and the player may want to try and figure out how to get there. So even though Netanya is there, yeah, you have to assume that she came in there crawling, as Jensen does, because there's no door, so it creates this fake environment.
And that's why we couldn't get her out either. We actually wanted her to leave before the player does, but we just kind of couldn't do that. So that's why she's left standing there working on a computer.
And that's why you
there.
Can't have your gun in this room.
Yes, because we don't want you to shoot your only ally.
I always felt like that was kind of weird, but I guess that makes sense. Honestly, it's really neat seeing all the different ways that they've had to... all the ways that the writing had changed, or just general design principles had changed, or just the ways that they've kind of expanded on things. So let me save here in the event that I end up doing something stupid and explode again. Because, like, despite this being such a tighter, despite this being, like, so much of a smaller environment, like, because it's so tight and that it is very open-ended, and they're carrying over so much of what you can do and the ways that you can act and the way that you can respond and do things, it means that an entire DLC, like this is honestly a very good comparison. Honestly, Missing Link being placed, like, immediately after the second visit, and, like, immediately after you're doing the mission with Tong, is, like, a very interesting comparison, because Tong's mission was basically just like a challenge room with, like, 5 to 6 guards, and that was a Praetor bonus. And then this is like a whole chapter that's like that, okay, we have to start it up in a way that strips the player of their powers that they had before to this point in the game, because they have to access it from the menu. We have to also make sure that they get the full experience of being able to choose between hacking, stealth, combat. We have to make sure that the characters react in dynamic ways. We have to make sure that the AI and the different enemies respond in dynamic ways based off of how you go through the choices that you made, the ramifications and continuations from small side quests that you're doing. Like, it's everything from the main game, just on a much, much smaller and tighter scale. But because they're also doing it after they made all of like the base game, you see all the lessons they've learned, but then all of the ways that they've also, I want to say developed, but that sounds cheesy. Like, you see the ways that they've just grown. Like, you see what that experience, like, really translates into. It's almost like when you give, it's almost like when you retain talent, you're able to nurture that talent, and they get better at what they were doing, and they can make better and better things.
Are you Quinn?
Well, if it ain't the bloody Grim Reaper himself.
What are you talking about?
Christ almighty, lad. You got half the garrison shedding themselves and afraid to go out on patrol. Look, I don't want no trouble. You hear? The commander said to help you. That's what I'll do. Just don't kill me, alright? I got children. Eat them. Well, look, I don't really have yet, but all right. I don't really have any. Just don't fucking shoot me.
This dude is terrified. No, it has a ton of. I'm so disappointed that we weren't able to get the third game.
Relax. I'm not here to hurt you.
Like Mankind Divided.
Whether that's true or not,
I want to play it again so bad. I want to finish playing.
Look, Keitner said you can help me.
I want
Can
to
you?
finish this game so I can get to Mankind
told me to
Divided
be
so
expecting
bad
you.
because I remember having
Maybe
so
glad
much
you
fun
came
with
as soon
it.
as you did instead of going off on your own.
And playing it again like
There's
immediately
nothing
after this would
lying
be
around here already without
so.
throwing another loose
It
cannon
would
in
be
the
a
mix.
very nice contrast.
You know how much we're risking to keep you off the radar? We've only got so much pull around here. It's Burke's show, and he'll do as he bloody well pleases, which means stamping out any rats the moment he gets wind of them.
I'm grateful, but can we get on with it? I understand you run a nice little sideline in procurement.
Aye. From time to time you might say being inclined to do a little, how should we call it? Bartering.
I
On
think
the side. Since the commander signed off on it, I suppose I could open my stock to you. For a price, that is.
You mean I have to pay?
What? Of course you have to bloody well pay. I ain't exactly a fucking armory quartermaster down here. I'm just a civvy contractor trying to make ends meet. This ain't a bleeding charity.
Considering the circumstances.
Circumstances? What, that you're a fugitive and I'm risking my neck just talking to you? What are you trying to pull here? Although, I don't suppose you had anything to do with the stasis pod that was saved back in the ship.
How do you know about that?
Ah, so it was you, eh? Well, let's just say I have my sources and your little random act of kindness didn't go unnoticed. Tell you what, I'll give you a discount on me wares. Just no freebies or handouts. But now that
And
I
it's
think
one
of
of the few
it,
games that I love
if you're
exploring
looking
different
for a
layers of
little
the story.
something for nothing and don't mind a
Things
little
you
light
just
work,
piece together because they decided
got
just
an
not
errand
how
I could use running.
everyone let you figure out.
Consider it a
That's what's
special
honestly
offer of
so.
sorts.
I
Interested?
love that part of it.
Alright, tell me about this special offer.
Look, I don't know if you've noticed yet.
It
but
has
this
so
place
much
is packing some
trust in the
serious
player
heat,
to be
especially in the form of
inquisitive.
those walking brick shithouse boxcars. If you get me a
It's
few
so
odds and ends, I might be able to whip up a little something to make it
fun.
a bit easier. If you catch my meaning.
What kind of something are we talking about here?
Nothing fancy. Just a 329 series NPRS.
A rocket
Rocket
launcher?
launcher?
That's right, mate. And custom built. By yours truly, of course. See, while I might be able to get my fingers on some low-level arms, I'm a little restricted when it comes to military-grade bells and whistles. And I'm itching to try out a new trigger propulsion mix. Maybe even recalibrate the guidance system for some extra punch.
Sounds perfect.
I like the sound of this.
Fucking right, you like the sound of this. It's the bollocks. Look, all you gotta do is find me some components. I'll do the rest. An earlier boat had a shipment of 329s, but I wasn't able to poach any of them before they made it to the army.
But yeah, like
Luckily,
between the story and the way that
Sparrow
different
and my employee
conversations can
managed
flow
to
in
lose
Mankind
one
Divided,
in
it
circulation.
leaves a lot
I got a little
very
shit can before I could collect.
open to the
Found my
player.
little butts lying around the base
Like,
somewhere in bloody pieces.
especially
No, I'm
considering-
not the wee man. Though, no idea really happened to him.
Right, so long story short, you need me to find the parts and bring them back to
Though-
you.
Yeah, that about sums it up, I'd say. Just find me the trigger module,
Trigger
scope
module.
assembly, and launch a barrel, and we're in business. I can scrape up the rest from leftovers here in the shop.
I think I already found one.
Aye. Let me see what you got there.
I think that
That's
was the
329's
trigger,
module.
yep.
Let me know when you find the other two. No money back guarantee or warranty. You break it, you buy it.
Like Mankind Divided just feels like it has so much trust in the player. Like it feels like it has trust in you. Not enough inventory space. Bite me. It feels like it has so much trust in you, just like either being inquisitive, exploring around. Like it's willing to leave just like a lot of things up to you to either discover or to
Thanks
figure
for
out.
shopping at Quinn Mart.
Conspiracy theory, tier story elements to figure out basically no answers. Yeah. And like there are some of those that are like some of them felt like they were set up for clearly the third game. But there are other parts where it's just like, no, it's just kind of like, oh, here's this thing that's going on. And it's like, wait, why is this just left here? Why? Like, I'm trying to think of like a really good example, but no, like I remember like a bunch of the stuff with the cult especially neat. The cult in the apartment complex that you had, like, and the fact that that's not something that you really see or get to, without like actively pursuing the different stories and all the different apartments that like happened, like it feels. The game feels so much smaller, but it feels so much more alive. Like, that was... I love that stupid roll so much. Come on. Like, I want to get to Mankind Divided so bad. I want to get to it again. I want to get to it again. I absolutely need to get to it again. It was so fun. That's one of the few games where I played it once. It's in the Burst Life Faults. I know one of them. Uh-oh. Tank. That was a frag grenade. Okay, sorry. Hang on. I love the stop time. My aim is so bad. No, I don't think I ever looked up anything about Mankind Divided. I think... It's not like I intentionally made like a media blackout on it, but I just never looked up any additional info on it. Which is funny, considering the amount of stuff that I used to look up for, Human Revolution.
In the room right in front of you, there's basically a security office, and there's a guard there sitting, typing to a computer. He's got a conversation with a patrolling guard. And if you listen to the whole conversation, it's funny, but it also reveals that the guy's trying and keep on being interrupted to send an email, an update. So whether you interrupt the conversation or not, there will be an outcome on the computer as whether he sent the emails or not. So if you let the conversation go completely and the guy just keeps on going his thing, you go take him out and then you read the emails, you get like a new password and everything for the room. There are all sorts of information like that, and we try to create like some of those little moments in the missing link that creates a lot of life and believability to
and this one's especially important because if you let him send that email and then you read it, you get to uncover what you need to know to do the hidden choice at the end of the game.
That's true.
So let him send the email.
Yeah, do. Or kill him.
That's so cool. Hang on, let me see if I can hack this. That's why this is a level 1 hack, regardless. And it's relatively easy to get to. Here's how busy I am. That's actually really cool. Oh, that's machine pistol. Because I was always wondering how you got those, how you figured out that ending. Thankfully, that is like the one thing that I do remember. Interesting. Oh, that's the... Interesting. Luckily, I do remember how to do that, but I need to get there again.
Signage. In every game, you always have like those arrows with directions. Say, you have the command room there so that the player can orient himself. In the Deus Ex world and with our art direction, we already have tons of numbers and decals all over the place in the walls. Like you see on the doors, there's 4 there. The problem we had is when we have actually important signage for you guys, just you need to get this way to get to your next objective. Well, it's hard for us to make it meaningful, to make it stand out from the other signage. So we're ending up using those glowy signs, hoping that during playtest they work that way. People tend to look at them a bit more. And it's really, I guess it would never be done that way in a base, really, but there's so much noise with this signage all over the place that it's the only way we have of talking to you.
But it ended up working really well in the playtest. People could find their way before. Yeah. And before we put it in, they just were totally lost in the base.
I'm still lost in the base.
You're always lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those things where there's a reason why people end up using yellow paint.
So right in front of you are the entrance to the detention center, and if you open those doors, you're about to come into another space. And we had to create, at this point in the game, a choke point. We wanted to open up the gameplay from the linear aspect of the cargo ship, and yet we needed to ensure that you didn't get inside the prison before you meet Netanya. So this created a lot of story issues for us, especially since when we were working on this story, we thought you wouldn't even be able to get into the base before you saw Netanya. But in actuality, you could get through the base, you could get all in through this area that you've been exploring and get all the way to this door and not have seen Netanya. So a lot of the decisions that get made when we're creating the game and creating the levels is how can we create these choke points and how can we make them make sense with the story. And in this instance, we were able to make the safe make sense because obviously Netanya has to give you some kind of a key or program your DNA into the safe so that you can get into there, but you won't be able to do that until you've seen her. But some of these things were a lot of the difficulties we had in trying to maintain the freedom and flexibility of a Deus Ex experience and yet still keep a tightly controlled story.
Actually, before I go that way then, I want to see if there's another one somewhere up here. I do apologize, because this does kind of slow down, like, the gameplay a lot, but, like, again, part of the reason I'm even doing this is because I want to... It's because I find dev commentaries like this really interesting.
I saw that!
And it only gets slower when I die to stupid stuff like that. Because I keep thinking that I have my... There's no reason for me not to have the battery upgrade. Okay, Save Venom's going up the stairs. That's very, very, very fortunate. Okay. So now it's not going to take 5 years for my battery to come back. Come on, I know there's another guy. Where is he? You're gonna ruin my run one time, but then you're gonna leave me alone the other? Another computer. I want to ask, but at the same time, no, why have them under your desk at work? I'm not judging the act of having them. Art is art. I'm judging why you have that at work. At the very least, just like have it on your phone somewhere.
Activating
Have it on your
security
phone so
scan.
that like nobody can see it under your desk. It's like if somebody walks in and they see you with it, then that's just kind of even more embarrassing.
Biometric data assembled.
Almost sound a little bit like GLaDOS.
Subject recognized. Access granted.
So now you've made it inside the secret detention camp of the DLC of the Missing Link. And this was level designed by Stephen Chichola.
Yes, thank you, Mary, and for saying that correctly. I was the level designer of the prison, and it was a lot of fun to do. One of the things that was really interesting with this level was that I had a lot of limitations in just the way it looked, and we had to redesign it completely from the ground up at least 3 or 4 times. At the start, it used to be sort of this long angular prison cell with just cells all along the wall. Very old-fashioned style looking references that were used for this. Eventually this got changed into a more open-ended, similar, but just had prisons on both sides of the walls with a larger space in the opening in the middle, and that got changed again. And then finally we've reached this conclusion to have this sort of tube, this turbine almost, that I would call it a silo is what we actually called it, of all these prison cells.
And the reason for that was because we needed to create the sense of a very massive prison that extended on beyond the areas you would get to explore.
So when I got this request, it was kind of like, oh geez, how am I going to show this? Because we can't have the player going to 50 some odd floors, right? It would be a little ridiculous. So in the end, what I had figured out would be kind of a clever idea was to have the entire floor in the center where this cube is rested upon is actually a mechanical floor that lifts and lowers depending on where the guards want to go inspect, I suppose. And
you can actually see this in the 4 tall pillars on the corner of that floor. There is this huge machine on them, which are basically kind of mechanical system that are the elevator system in there. We've designed that to make sense, and I guess that's the only thing that we have that really say this is motorized.
And another interesting tidbit was the entrance to this area, the positioning of the entrance to this large silo was something that changed also very often.
It was important to us because as soon as you get there, it's a very nice beauty shot of the prison. And the redesign of the thing, one of the big aspects of redesigning it, we had a much better Deus Ex style environment with this kind of sci-fi environment here, which I think it's really cool. I'd like a movie in that prison, actually.
It's a nice reveal.
Yeah, and I had to place all the NPCs as well in every single prison cell to, again, same problems that I had in the Alice Garden pods earlier in HR, is that you're trying to make a very populated area, but you have limitations on how many NPCs you can use. And so I kind of managed to place NPCs in each pod that every so often, each doing different things, and you can kind of talk to them. So that was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy this area.
I'm trying to remember specifically where the thing is. Easy. I'm trying to remember specifically where the thing is, because I could have sworn it was here. Oh. About Charles Darwin and the origin of species. Got a cigarette. Oh, okay, I almost jumped into that. My bad. There we go. Playing cards. Wonder why some of these are open. Ooh, snack bar. Like here at 2:30 a.m. Rest well, and thank you for stopping by, and thank you again for the follow. It means a lot that you stayed up to like 2:30 in the morning watching me. Thank you. Could have sworn I remember where it was, or else I'm forgetting. I think it's in a different room. Why is my nose so itchy? Right, cops don't matter. That's security 4. There's also not been an auto hacker.
Jensen, I'm in your detention camp and uploading to the security mainframe now.
Copy that. Any
Yeah, my
problems?
nose.
Nothing I couldn't get rid of.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that later. Right now, you need to get inside the interrogation wing and find out what Burke is hiding. Contact me when you know. Keitner out.
To the interrogation wing. I think it's one of the panels that fall off. I'm gonna have to remember how to do it, like exactly when. Do I go? I go further up. Oh, come on. That was just a box. Not dragging... My nose. I'm not dragging a body all the way up through here so I can get through the lasers. I wonder.
If you look across the gap in the middle of the hole, you'll see a praxis point over there on top of the rooftop of the giant cube in the middle of the room. I actually had a lot of fun with this because there isn't really many places in the game, in HR really, where we actually abused running and jumping as sort of a way to get to a new location. Because it's usually kind of messy. But here, you need to actually have the jump augment, and you need to make a sprinting jump, and you'll be able to get onto the cube and get the praxis point, but just a neat
How do you
tidbit.
get back?
You just go inside, you break the window on top, and you drop in safely, safe and sound. All situations are accounted for.
Really?
Yes.
Always.
Really?
Always.
So that means that the main trick to this one is making sure that you don't have this thing going off. Easy. Now, if I didn't have Icarus, that would still probably hurt, though. Oh, I landed inside the ladder. Oh, well. Oh, there's a further way in. Ah, my trusty air vent. What would I ever do without you? So now I have to go all the way back up. If I remember, I think the one that has the thing at the end is a white room, but I haven't done that in a while. Honestly, thinking about it more, since I am looking so forward to Mankind Divided, it's very... my nose. It's very interesting to Just kind of note how slow Jensen moves in terms of running and such. Partly because the areas are bigger, but then also because stamina and such. I think it is probably because the areas are bigger in Human Revolution, whereas they feel a lot smaller in Mankind Divided. Yeah, more of these.
Activating security scan.
So the areas being smaller in Mankind Divided make you feel like you're moving around a little bit, like not even a little bit, like a lot faster, just because you're crossing more, you're covering more ground.
Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
Ooh, please tell me there's a note here.
So the restricted area. Here we had to design the environment in a way that made it obvious that you were not supposed to be there. Something bad is happening here. We had a bit of trying to figure out what looks this could have to look ominous. And at some point, when the environment was mostly done, we looked at it in a conference room in a review meeting, and we just all realized at the same time, oh my gosh, this looks like Star Wars. And it kept that way in the end, but we really felt that, wow, we're so gonna be sued.
But it wasn't intentional.
It wasn't intentional, it just we got there, and yeah.
Soundproofing the rooms too. That's evil. Morgue, archive, storage, examinations.
Up here like some animal. I'm sorry. I'll stay quiet, I promise. Just don't hurt me anymore.
Calm down. I'm not gonna hurt you.
You're not one of them? One of the scientists? Please, you've got to get me out of here. You've got to do something before they come back. I don't want to disappear like all the others.
I want to help you, but you've got to stay calm. Now, what did you mean by disappear like the others? What's been going on back here?
I don't know much. I've heard rumors and seen some things, and I know what they've done to me. Biopsies, blood samples, tissue cores, like I'm some sort of lab rat.
Is that why you're back here? Separated from the others?
This is where they study and examine us to see if we're compatible or something. I don't know what they want from us. Sometimes we're sent back to the cells. Those that aren't, some of the others think we let them go, but I think they're being sent somewhere else, another facility maybe. Somewhere else inside this one.
Why? What makes you think that?
Because of the way they talk when they're with us. It's like they're looking for some kind of perfect gene match or something. I'm not a doctor. I don't understand it. I just don't want them touching me anymore.
Hold on. You said they were coming back? Who? Burke? Is he behind this?
I'm not sure. He comes around, but not that often. I know he gives the orders around here, but he doesn't seem all that interested in us beyond some psych tests and questioning. He mostly leaves us to the doctors or scientists or whatever they are.
Tell me about these scientists. Is one of them a woman named Reed?
I don't know. I mean, there is a woman, but her name is Kavanaugh, not Reed. I heard the guard call her that. She seems different, like she doesn't like what they're doing to us. I can't help but think she's being forced to do these things. The others just treat us like animals. It's horrible. I just want to go home.
It's okay. What's your name?
Nina Sullivan. I don't know why they're holding me in here. They just grabbed me off the street. I heard Cape Town was dangerous, but I thought with all the security around...
Cape Town? South Africa?
Isn't that where we are? I blacked out. They drugged me, I think. I was on vacation in Cape Town at the end of the summer. I was going to be starting senior year in the fall, and I wanted to have an adventure. My parents must be so worried.
I take it you're not a terrorist then?
No, I've never done anything wrong. Never demonstrated against anything or anything. But neither has most of the girls here. I'm not sure about the men, but please, can't you get me out of here?
I can't do anything right now. I don't have the option to.
I know this is gonna seem cruel, but I can't help you right now.
You're going to leave me here? You can't! You have no idea what it's like. Please!
I can't have you tagging along just yet, or walking the halls alerting the guards. Trust me, when I can get you out, I will. But your best bet is to stay put.
I'll alert them anyway. Burke and the 2 doctors were just here heading for the morgue. I'll tell them you're here. I will. Let me out or I'll tell them, I swear.
And then what? Do you really think they'll let you go? I'm still the best chance you've got, but you have to be patient.
Please. Don't go.
I do remember that conversation.
So right now you're looking at Nina, our poor prisoner. It was very important from a story standpoint that we could put some weight on saving these prisoners. You're going to have a very important choice, and it's a moral dilemma. And we really wanted to kind of stress that moral dilemma. So that kind of reasoning led to the creation of this character, Nina. We wanted to have a chance to have a conversation with the prisoners and to basically understand them as individuals. And that's why we have this one character who came in. We wanted actually to offer the possibility that you could rescue her individually because she was someone you have a face-to-face conversation with. But unfortunately, we knew we wouldn't be able to pull it off because we didn't want to have you, we didn't have any kind of mechanics for saving someone, for having them become a follower, etc., etc. So unfortunately, we had to leave her in this cell and leave you with that moral choice. And because we knew that, we basically decided that we needed to use her presence here to really make that choice stronger. And when the choice comes up, you'll see her again in some of the cameras that are focusing on the prisoners.
That's very effective from a writing standpoint. Admittedly very dirty, but also just more tears. Very dirty from a writing perspective. Like you're going through this place where it's just like all these horrible things happening to people. And like so far you've been pretty able to do so far from the game standpoint, you've been able to like help these people pretty instantly. Like when something bad happens, you're usually able to go in, help the person, or do something that like you can solve within like 5 to 20 minutes, and then get them out. But this is the first time where it's just like, oh, this will be a side quest, and then it's Jensen just going, no, I can't. I literally can't. And then she threatens you, and then Jensen still has to say, I'm not saying no because I don't want to. I am saying no because I quite literally just can't right now. I'm sorry. So then using her for like that chance later, when you see her as a You've got to convince Mr. Page. I know that what we're doing here is going to get you too. I know the possible advances are incredible, but the cost, it's too much. I feel sick about what we're doing to these people. As for Burke, he'd better stay out of my way. Huh, and Mr. Page. But yeah, no, that's a very effective writing technique. Especially with whatever data they probably had on the player bases and seeing which ones did which quests and the way that they responded. Having one where it's just like, you are literally helpless to do anything. Very effective. Very good writing.
So we mentioned before that we had a very, very limited cutscene budget for the missing link. We only had 3 minutes that we could use for cutscenes. And this cutscene that you're watching right now was one that we knew right from the get-go. We absolutely had to have it as a cutscene because of several things that were happening. First of all, we're showing you Gary Savage, who's a Deus Ex character, so we can't let you kill him. We also don't want you to kill the villain, Burke, so we had to make sure that he was a part of this scene and that the player could not interrupt with it in any way, shape, or form. We also needed to show you at the end that you had to see a hidden panel and a secret wall that is going to be key for your next objective. But I think another main reason that we did it was simply because our dialogue system in the game was not made to support more than 2 players, or two characters at any one time, Jensen and another. So in this instance, we actually absolutely had to make this as a cutscene because of all the reasons, from a technical aspect, from the story point that we were trying to give across, from the fact that we know that players like to kill people and we couldn't allow you to do that. So all of that kind of came into making this the most important cutscene for us.
Keitner, I found out what Burke's been concealing. The interrogation wing is some kind of medical testing facility. He's using the prisoners as lab rats.
For what?
Not sure. I'll need Burke's retinal scan data to find out.
I can't download that without setting off a million alarms. However, Burke's eyes are enhanced, Jensen. He uses special retinal prostheses custom-made for him by the Tai Young Medical Corporation.
Huh.
You want me to remove Burke's
eyes?
Not the ones he's currently using. He just received a new set this evening for when the cargo ship docked. With any luck, you'll find it in his office. Keitner out.
So not only does it make you walk past Nina once, it makes you walk past her twice. And then you're going through here again.
Activating security scan.
Yay.
Biometric data assembled.
So just more waiting. Because then, after you see that panel, it means that you're going to have to go through here again.
Subject recognized. Access granted.
But also, because I cleared this place out, I just need to go to his office. Also, why would I need to care about this? And the answer is, I don't! 3, 2, 1, down. Oh yeah, the Icarus landing also has an attack out of it that you don't really ever get the opportunity to use. Yeah, this is the point where it gets kind of egregious.
Security scan.
So on the first time through, it kind of makes sense to have these gates, but then you do that and then it says, hey, go back to Burke's office and grab this thing. And it's like, cool.
Biometric data assembled.
And then you have to walk through 2 of them. One after the other, because they're hiding loading screens. Which were very smart and effective at the time to prevent you from having to go through constant loading screens. But get pretty annoying.
I heard you.
Him saying hello genuinely scared me for a sec, not gonna lie. Him saying hello probably, not him saying hello. Um, thank you. Oh, I don't like this. That. Yeah, you having to go back to get this is kind of annoying. Especially because if you already cleared this place out, then it's really of no consequence to you. Because, like, at this point, it's literally just, busy work.
Access granted.
So here you are standing inside Burke's office, the villain of the game, and there's an awful lot of stuff going on inside this office that relates to Burke and relates to a bunch of stuff that's going on later in the game with consequences. So, for instance, we have some new secret stashes that are here.
Secret stashes. Indeed. One of the things we tried that we didn't have time to actually play with in Human Revolution is the consequence of finding or gathering information from a boss fight or from a very, very important villain character, and actually, depending on what you do with that information and those items, to that it would affect the confrontation later. So for the missing link, we tried that, and one of the things that was brought up really early on by the level designer is to make some kind of a safe, but a secret safe. And so we really went with that idea that it's actually so hidden that you need to find a button for it, and you can completely bypass it, and it's not going to affect the game, but it would change a bit of your gameplay at the final confrontation. And what we did is, Berg's got a very special weapon. It's a golden revolver, and there's story.
You can actually read about it in the emails that are on his computer.
Exactly. There's emails and there's a description that tells you a little bit more about where it comes from and where it's there. So if the player takes it, then Berg doesn't have it later. But if you don't take it, then Berg uses it against you later. So it's a very interesting twist that happened that we tried, and then it was very popular.
Another funny thing is if you look under the desk, that's where the button is. I'm just going to tell you guys. But a funny story about that button is the button is actually our debug button that we've used throughout the game that none of you guys should really be seeing. But we didn't have a button at the time, so we were like, we got to put a button. We don't have enough time to make one. So we just put the debug button, and it worked. So. And
there's something else in this room, too.
You can probably notice there's a picture of a guy on the wall. It's actually the art director, JJB, Jonathan Jacques Beltête, who he actually painted all of those things, and he placed his own picture there, and he really wanted it to be only a placeholder, and he wanted us to replace it at some point, but we were kind of lazy, so it never happened. So his picture is there, and that's probably our fault.
Burke's revolver. But let me see what's actually down here first. Though I am curious, what exactly would they need a debug button for? Not like I couldn't understand the need for one or the concept of one. More so, why would they need a physical button specifically? I think I just upgraded the wrong thing. Yeah, I upgraded something that was a complete waste. Like, why would you need a physical debug button, I suppose, is my question. First off, let me do this. Okay, the rest of these should be easy. Easy.
Access granted.
Oh, that moved. Wait. sucks to be him. That probably terrified him. Oh wow. He saw a man emerge from the ether and just vanish just as quickly. It's like, huh? I can use this. I want to retain the revolver though, because this is the one that has a bunch of upgrades on it. So, if I need 6 slots. 1, 2. Okay, that is enough for Burke's revolver. But I need revolver ammo. I should have used the worm. Can I hack this? If I do... If I hack this, then use my hacks, then I should be able to take up my revolver ammo. 1, 2, 3. Should be
access grant.
Easy. You did not come all the way up here. You didn't. You're lying. I refuse to believe you. Sorry, buddy. Actually, I did believe you. I just didn't want you alive.
Son of a bitch. A body. Okay.
Damn! How are there still so many of you guys alive? Oh, because I knocked him out. Alright, where's Burke's eye? Oh,
Keitner.
here.
I've got the eye, but it's not gonna fool a retinal scanner unless it's attached to an optic nerve.
I know that, Jensen. I do have a plan. Take the eye down to Quinn. He'll know what to do. Keitner out.
So this is the moment where you have to go to Quinn. There's no way they repop the area. You know what? I don't even want to use the shotgun anyway. Peekaboo. No. Don't worry, I saw you. Come here. Just need one shot. 30 rounds. I still have too much ammo. Is there like anything extra I can use it on? No? I guess I just use a shotgun. Whatever. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Oh.
So, what's the story? Just got off the horn with the commander. She says you got something for me to take a look at.
Prosthetic eye, one of
Yeah,
Burke's.
here's an eye.
We needed to get past a retinal scan, but it's useless like this.
Aye. Without an active neural connection, it might as well be an expensive paperweight. May as well put a gobstopper in front of the scanner for all the good that thing will do you.
Solutions, Quinn. Think you can handle this?
Lad, I may be just a mechanic, but I'm also the only thing keeping this whole bleeding facility from sinking into the abyss. Think I can manage a simple optic frequency bypass. Just let me get me tools.
And then he does it.
Right. So that's it now. You got the eye. Sorry it took a little longer than I expected. Nearly break the damn thing once or twice. New TYM firmware and such. Now don't go fucking around with it. It's only got a limited lifespan due to the 10 power source they rigged. It's only good for one use. Got it?
Got it. Is this supposed to be moving?
Is it supposed to be moving?
Aye. Bloody creepy that is. Try not to pay it any mind now. Thing's stuck in calibration mode. Trick is, I got it thinking it's plugged into a new host. And by rewriting the system diagnostic checks, it'll keep trying to connect without detecting anything's amiss, which in turn keeps it alive in a manner of speaking. Fucking brilliant piece of engineering work, if I don't say so myself.
Why only one use?
Without being hooked up to a proper battery, like your brain. The voltage spike from a single scan will trip the surge protectors, shutting it down to prevent further transmissions. It's a redundant safety mechanism built into the optic nerve to prevent frying your noggin in a dorsal ventral feedback loop. Short of putting the thing in your own head, which I ain't exactly equipped to do, there's no way around it. Besides, I think the commander preferred it this way.
This is pretty impressive
work for a mechanic.
Quinn.
What's that supposed to mean? There's more to old Quinn than meets the eye. No pun intended. You wouldn't be the first fool to underestimate my know-how.
Well, there's more to this job than just a simple battery swap. I saw you modifying the BIOS. This is state-of-the-art hardware and software. You're not just a mechanic. You're a hacker.
What are you going on about now? Ain't nothing you couldn't pull off with a degree in computer engineering and a little elbow grease. Come off it now. We ain't got time for this.
Irish engineering.
Well, hopefully this thing works.
It'll work just dandy so long as you don't do something stupid like drop it. And it ain't a bloody webcam. So don't try using it to spy the knickers up someone's skirt. No money back guarantee or warranty. You break it, you buy it.
I might just end up selling this shotgun and the shotgun ammo because I'm not going to use it. More importantly, I don't want to use it, especially at the very limited range that I'm kind of at. So one, I want to buy this Praxis kit. Laser targeting, I don't need. I like that its consumables are just, like there's 15 quantities of beer that you can buy. But then there's hypostems, so like no, there's actually useful stuff. Machine pistol, shotgun, combat dart, combat ammo. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of these actually. Because I do want the hypostems. Ooh, I can buy a lot here. Machine pistol, shotgun. I'll take it anyway. Never know. Oh, okay, that's the one I can't fit. Fine.
Thanks for shopping at Quinn Mart.
Dork. Okay, so now I'm like properly stocked up. Let me also use the one bar that I got. Okay, and now we go back through the two waiting screens. Oh, right, because it also used my... So, 1, 2, big 3, 4, where's my grenade launcher? 5, 6, 7, then 8, then I can have this on 0. Perfect. So that's honestly a very good example of why, hey, turns out laser sight really strong, especially if you can aim. Because there's not really any fall off for it. It's like all you need to see is it slightly touch the back of somebody's head. Please. Slightly touch the back of somebody's head and then you're fine.
Activating security scan.
Because you're like, oh, that means it's overlapping. Bing, down.
Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
Now we leave again. I honestly forget the boss fight. I remember what happens after it. Also, I think this is getting close to the end of the DLC if we're getting this close to the fight. Because this is the one time that it sends you back through. Because this is the one time where it sends you, like, all the way through again. Not even really with, like, I would say, no, it's a, like, decent enough reason. But it very much is kind of like a, justification for padding. Where it does give, it gives you a reason to go back to the first section, then it gives you a reason to go back to the second section, and then the third section. So in the event that you are doing, like, the side stuff, or the stuff that you're going around.
Biometric data assembled.
Also, if you're ghosting, technically it adds more gameplay, since it means that you're hiding and sneaking by the enemies again. But if you're not ghosting and you already killed everybody,
access granted.
Aside from that repopulation that happened, no, you're mostly just kind of walking through there again. Interrogation rooms.
So now we're joined once again with a voice you've heard several times in this director's cut, Steve Shepkowski, our audio guy. And
yeah, so we're here to talk about the new device that we introduced in the DLC, which was basically the audio logs, which I was really happy about. I thought it's a great way to add backstory at a very low cost, because it's just an object that we put in a room, and then you just plug in all the story stuff that you want the player to get. So for me, it's always a great, cheap way to introduce lots of backstory, and it was fun doing it because you get to put it together and you make your little ambiences and make it sound like you really try and sell it like it's a story. We had an operation scene in this, which was really fun to do, and I'm a big fan of audio logs. I think they're a lot of fun to do, and for sure on a production level, you get a lot of payout for the cost of putting one little object in the game. So yeah, it was great. I was happy we did it.
You know what? I can give it a listen.
Patient returned to detention area after sedation. The medical history gathered indicates that she's a prime candidate for inclusion. Similarly, all
also gives me a chance to drink some water.
Required parameters. Recommend preparation for stage 1 therapy prior to.
Gary, have you seen this? Have you seen what's on this smart disk? He's gone mad.
Tiffany, slow down. What are you talking about? Where'd you get that?
I found it in the last shipment of materials we received. One of the boxes had been tampered with, blatantly. Someone was sending this to me, to us, to warn us about Commander Burke.
That sounds a little far-fetched, don't you think? I know the two of you have butted heads, but Bob's assured me that the commander is with us on this.
Really? So Mr. Page is okay with us using unwilling human test subjects, is he?
Yes, Bob Page would be.
Bell Tower using the OCM to further their military aspirations. Ask him about this Hydra project.
Tiffany, calm down. I know all about the Hydra project. It's nothing nefarious. It's simply a means of allowing soldiers to communicate more efficiently when in the field.
Oh, so it's SOP again.
It has nothing to do with the OCN.
So, you think his obsession with this technology is because he's an environmentalist? Gary, I know this bothers you too. Those poor women. We can't keep doing this. We can't just rush blindly ahead and let men like Burke pull our strings. Science has made that mistake before.
I know. All right. Let's go down below and contact Bob. We'll see what he has to say about this. I know he's intrigued by the nanotech possibilities. Certainly.
Nanotech. Huh. I wonder what Bob Page would do with nanotech. Though I do want to have this at the ready. Did I miss something here?
So now we've just had the cutscene, and we've seen that you now have a new objective where you have to go back and get Burke's eye.
Backtracking.
It's something we really, really wanted to avoid, but we did want to kind of have this cool element where you couldn't get in, and we had a reason for it. We couldn't let you follow them immediately.
Yeah, we needed to make it so that Burke flees the scene of the crime, so to speak. So when you go down, you don't actually get to meet Bob Page because he's gone, and you won't meet Gary Savage because
it was Gary. You can't meet Gary because he's left.
Exactly.
And we had to get Burke out of there, and we had to give them time.
Yes.
So that forced us to send you back to the base to retrieve the only key that will let you in. But we did want to make it initially a lot shorter of a backtrack.
Yeah.
We actually wanted to find a way that we could connect the morgue almost more quickly to Quinn.
Vents aren't that long, you guys. I'm really sorry.
So we couldn't do that. So instead what we had to do is we had to then take the time to make it that when you get into the base, we had to create new enemy setups surrounding the objectives.
So basically, we did very small tweaks to the patrols depending on how you had acted in the prior area. So just a little bit of variation to the whole formula.
But we do apologize for the backtracking.
Yeah, backtracking is...
It kind of sucks.
It's stinky.
At least they apologize for it.
Access granted.
This is an elevator, of course, it's going down, and it's one of the few times where we could actually make this very directed flow of whatever happens outside of the elevator. So when you go down, you see all of this animated stuff going on. There's that.
Hang on, I want to save just to be sure that I don't mess this up when I'm going down.
Base, there's that submarine going on. It's all planned to be awesome looking at that point. We had a similar thing planned in the first game when you were supposed to go from upper Angsha to lower Angsha, but it turned out that we had to cut upper Angsha.
Jensen, it's Keitner.
Knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Like, because they always do it during the elevator rides because they're really long, so why would you not?
This is an elevator, of course, it's going down, and it's one of the few times where we could actually make this very directed flow of whatever happens outside of the elevator. So when you go down, you see all of this animated stuff going on. There's that base, there's that submarine going on. It's all planned to be awesome looking at that point. We had a similar thing planned in the first game when you were supposed to go from upper Angsha to lower Angsha, but it turned out that we had to cut upper Angsha, so that awesome elevator ride got cut off in the process. So it was fun to this time around try to do it again here which we think, even though it takes a bit of time to do those things, it's such a nice visual moment just to see this big thing and then have the important story reveal down there. It's really a nice way of pacing.
Of really showcasing what we wanted to do, because we did want that whole feel of you're descending into the depths of this dark secret that's happening, and that enabled us to do it. And I'd just like to point out, in case you weren't noticing, when that sub left, that was Gary Savage inside that sub, so that kind of explains why you don't find him down in the lab.
Was I gonna play that again if I... Also, why was that elevator ladder there?
Jensen, it's Keitner. Where are you?
In a well-concealed elevator inside the prison's restricted wing. Your gun-running neural engineer deserves a raise.
I take it the eye worked then. Good. Now listen, if what you say is true, if Burke really is using the prisoners here as lab rats, I need proof. Hard evidence that I can take to Interpol.
An entire prison full of kidnapped civilians isn't enough?
You're an ex-cop, Jensen. You tell me. How many death row inmates crying on about their innocence have you seen getting out?
Point taken. I'll see what I can find.
Super deep underwater base. Though if I'm right, I don't think it ever go back after this.
On the other side of that window, you see this robot arm trying to do something with those cells that needs to be cooled down or something like that. We don't quite know what it is exactly, but it's something technical and cool.
Something to do with the secret lab.
Probably something to do with this entire installation. Now, this robot arms actually took a long time to do, but it was made by Philippe Desrosiers, the lead modeler, on his own time, actually, not on work time. It's something that he wanted to do. He spent probably the equivalent of 20 entire days on that thing.
Wow.
It's actually a robot that, it's not animated, it's actually a robot that plan what it's doing with our internal interactive system. It's like a robot done with the most complicated way possible. But it's cool, like it does stuff and you could look at it try to do thing with those batteries.
Try and figure out what it's doing.
Yes, and it's doing not something really interesting in the end, but it's a really, really cool robot arms, and it's cool that we could manage to do these animated stuff the way they are.
A cool robot arm that took somebody 20 days just to kind of idle around. That's, oh my god.
So here we are inside a very, very important story room. This entire room was basically created to help convey the real story we wanted. We had so much we wanted to express here that this is a top secret research base tied with VersaLife. If you look very carefully, you might find some clues about that here. And it was really to just kind of show off a lot of what we were unable to show off in HR in the Omega Ranch facility. So we wanted to really get across a lot of that idea of the experimentation that's going on here, on human experimentation. We wanted to put in all the ties to the Chiron project. In the corner you can see parts of the boss that you're actually going to fight later. And one of the really, really cool things is what we call those surface tables, these holographic tables. And every single one of them, if you have the right device that will activate them, they kind of even in themselves tell even more story. I think one is talking about a secret moon base that's going on. One of them is showing the locations of all the Chiron projects that exist in our universe, and all the Panchaea projects, because there's more than one. But all of that secret stuff that's hidden throughout this, all just to basically tell this depth of story if you just spend the time looking at it.
Artistically, this is by far the most expensive room we've made because of all of these details. We probably have... there's an artist who worked exclusively on this room and the elevator ride just before for the entirety of the project, which means around 13 weeks to do all of this.
Jeez. That one's still level 5 security, so that one's definitely gonna have a lot of story info. This is all so grisly. Gary, when you get a chance, I received something on the lab computer that you need to look over. Log into my account. Where is he getting this? It's funny seeing like another game's equivalent to like what is the RE room?
Can't take
From Bob Page.
Want to die.
You have to keep our eyes on the future, and I'm not talking about 15 to 20 years. This project is of the utmost importance to the immediate future.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
And how many times
Don't
have I asked you to call me
hurt
Bob?
me
Smiley face.
anymore.
I don't know. When your boss kind of sends you a very condescending message and ends up with a smiley face, that's probably the closest that they get to just effectively flipping you off. Let me see if I can just use one so I can get another one of these.
So the one issue for me in this lab was this was where we had to put our Kavanaugh, the Dr. Kavanaugh, Tiffany Kavanaugh, who's a very important character for the story. And when we were originally looking at it, I really kind of wanted her off separated in her own room because we needed to kind of have it make sense from a story perspective how you can come into this room and do whatever the heck you want and she doesn't pay any attention. So it was a bit of a challenge because we had such a small space that we could work with.
Yeah. One of the things that ended up happening was we ended up having art constraints a little bit. Just on size, we couldn't make 2 huge story rooms. We could only really have 1.
There were also those glasses. We were supposed to enclose it in glass, but it transparency costs a lot to the current generation graphic cards. And we couldn't, there was so much stuff going on in that room that we had to get rid of that glass, and yeah.
Yeah, and another problem was the generation of chaos from the player. We couldn't have him shooting a machine gun all over the place, and then you could maybe possibly kill Kavanaugh, which was also a really big no-no. So we ended up taking away the force holster on the weapon, so that's a little bit annoying.
And then we tried to sell the fact that she doesn't see you by having her positioned her back to you and have her absorbed in her work. I always kind of wanted her to have headphones on, like she's trying to listen to music or something. But we hopefully sold it a bit in terms of the custom animation that we created for her, so that when you actually go, she kind of jumps like she's really scared and was absorbed in her work.
Yeah,
so
I think it worked out.
And it's interesting how much focus you have to put on something like that just to try and sell it when you know the player can do anything they want.
027 proceeding as expected. However, preliminary...
Quite the house of horrors you got here, Doc. You letting anyone in, or just
It's
women?
tapping her on the
Who
shoulder
are
and
you?
terrifying
How'd
her.
you get down here? This is a restricted area.
Obviously. You wouldn't want the rank and file knowing what kind of sick experimentation is going on down here.
No, you don't understand. I'm not.
Where's Burke? And your research partner, Savage?
Burke went back up to the base. And Gary left. Told me to be smart, keep my mouth shut, and do whatever Burke tells me to do. For now.
For now? I heard the 3 of you talking up there in the morgue. Sounded like you don't exactly fit in here, Dr.
Kavanagh. And who the fuck are you?
The name's Jensen. I came here looking for someone. Megan Reed.
Reed? I've seen her research. Gary thinks it could be the key we're missing. If she can be convinced to come here.
Megan Reed was kidnapped, Kavanaugh. Violently. As was her entire scientific team and the dozens of women you've been torturing down here.
No! You don't understand. I'm trying to save them. Gary and I, we were sent here to put the OCM project back on track. It wasn't until we got here that we realized what that meant, and by then it was too late.
OCM. Savage used that term in the morgue. What does it mean?
Organic computational matrix. It's a means of cross-connecting living brain tissue and artificial intelligence systems to create a supercomputer of unparalleled capability. part flesh, part silicon.
That's what you're doing down here, turning prisoners into computer parts.
Human brain activity has to be integrated with the technology, or else it won't work. Even DARPA knew that.
What does DARPA have to do with this?
What does DARPA have to do with this?
Nothing. Not directly. In 2007, they started looking for research partners to help develop an artificial cognitive science program that could increase a soldier's situational awareness in the field. A number of private sector companies submitted proposals.
Bell Tower being one of them.
No, Bell Tower was a private military corporation. DARPA wanted researchers. But one of the companies who did submit something was a biotech corporation that deals with Bell Tower. And they believed a successful program could be designed if it could be wired directly into the soldiers' brains. DARPA wasn't willing to go that far.
So this biotech company took the idea to Bell Tower.
A corporation that, being privately funded, doesn't have to concern itself with political or ethical debate.
Just how many prisoners are being wired into this thing?
I don't know. But a lot of them don't seem to survive for more than a year. I've told the others there's no way this project can stay viable with these kinds of numbers. But the OCM computers have to have them to work.
Computers? You mean there's more than one of them?
There's several. This is just where the process starts, the factory floor. We select the candidates here, implant them, and ship them to the other locations. It's all very efficient.
Yeah, except your candidates keep dying. You seem to think Megan's research is integral to salvaging this project of yours. Why?
It's not my project. Had I known before I came here...
Right, just answer the question.
We're experiencing cross-systemic failures with the tech. Over time, subjects implanted with OCM augmentations suffer complete neurological breakdown. They pretty much burn up from the inside. Gary thinks it's a problem with the acceptance of the P-dot array.
I've heard that phrase before.
It's the building block of modern neuro-augmentations. Dr. Reed's been reshaping it, changing the way it bonds with living tissue. The mutagenic gene combination she's introduced into it, well, frankly, it's astonishing.
Enough to warrant her kidnapping? So she'd be forced to work on this project with you?
She's not on this project. I don't know what she's doing or where she is. This is the first time anyone's ever mentioned kidnapping.
You're really gonna stand there and try to justify your role in this, aren't you? People are being enslaved, Kavanaugh. Enslaved and crucified.
It wasn't like that at first. I thought we were gonna make a difference, do something incredible for the world.
Right. And look how incredible it turned out to be. But you can still make a difference, Doctor. You can help me blow the lid off this place.
Are you insane? I can't. There's too much money invested in this. Burke, the people I work for, they'll kill me. They'll hunt me down and kill me.
I know people who can protect you, hide you. Interpol is just waiting for evidence to tear Bell Tower apart.
It's not just Bell Tower. Oh, God. Oh, God, am I really gonna do this? You can't get me out through the prison. Burke would stop us.
Then we'll have to do what Savage did. Take a submersible.
We can't. The hatches to all the docking hangars are locked tight. The only way to unlock them is by using the security console in the prison command tower. Burke keeps an eye on us that way.
Then I'll have to go back up there and unlock it. Well, you gather as much evidence as you can carry.
Oh my God. I'm really gonna do this.
Damn right you are. Now get moving. I'll contact you when I unlock the hatch.
All right, fine. But Mr. Jensen, please, hurry.
I guess we go all the way back up. Yeah,
Kite
so we're going back up
Contact
to the
Interpol.
security tower.
We need rendezvous coordinates for a deep-sea submersible.
A what? What exactly have you found, Jensen?
A research complex hidden beneath this base. One of its staff is willing to turn whistleblower if we can deliver her to Interpol using one of the lab's transport subs.
Which explains why you need the coordinates. I'll see what I can do. Keitner out.
Oh, right.
Kreitner,
This part.
what the hell's going on? The elevator stopped.
Burke must have intercepted our comms. Get the hell out of there, Jensen. I'll meet you.
And so, the escape. If I can remember how to do this. The alarm's going off. Now, why would these be here? Oh, well.
We know something's here. Keep looking.
Access kit. That's it.
Stay on alert. We may have a situation.
I think you can fight your way out of that. Because I think all they do is open that up. Let me through. So, do I do the fast way or do I do... Been standing in one spot. I need to drop one thing for the candy bar. Where's the... There it is. And now Nina's not here.
Code yellow initiated. Detention silo decontamination proceeding.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject recognized. Access granted.
Kreitner!
We really broke open a hornet's nest, didn't we, Jensen?
It's bad. You need a medic.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. Got those coordinates, Jensen. But Burke figured it out. Seized control of the station and locked down the detention camp. Bastards cleaning house.
I've got to get Kavanaugh out.
Can't. Not until you stop the gas.
The gas.
What gas?
Burke's enacted a scorched earth protocol to stop the truth from getting out. Poison gas in every cell. Lab tube. Unless you stop it.
Stay with me, Kreitner.
There's a circuit board underneath the prison command tower. Directs the flow. Everything's connected, but might be able to redirect. Whistleblower has to live, Jensen. Only sure way we stop this.
Keitner? Keitner!
I heard that. 10 minutes. Yeah, so I need to figure out how to do this. Is there another one in this level? No. I'm trying to remember how you do it. Because it is here, I just need to remember how. Can't see. I can't see where they are, and I need to get there fast. Because I need whatever time I do have. So I think it's on the ground floor.
On the run.
That's bad. Stem.
On him. Reloading. Hit him.
Has to be under me. That got him. Okay.
Silo decontamination.
So, I need to remember how to do this. Because I do have a very limited amount of time.
The choice, the infamous choice. Not only was it a very difficult thing to figure out story-wise how we could do this choice, but the actual mechanics behind the room, where it was, this was a very complex.
Yeah.
Painful. Many meetings on this one.
Yes. One of the first things you'll notice is that this choice is made in this little secluded room below the control tower, and you're kind of wondering, why isn't this in the control tower? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason is because during this cutscene, what actually happens outside in the world is that time is frozen, essentially. So all the NPCs will be, if they were firing at you, bullets will have stopped in midair, everything will just freeze. So I could not put this situation where you have to make a choice in the main cube, so I ended up suggesting that we add this little chamber below with a ladder. That way NPCs can't actually go down there. So if there was a firefight and you quickly ran in, it would kind of make sense that you aren't being shot at.
So that solved one problem, but it opened up all the other problems because
I need to remember how you do this.
we really wanted to make this choice have impact and meaning, and we wanted you to be able to see the prisoners who are getting gassed.
So then we added these two monitors which have the gas, and on one monitor it's kind of hard to see, but it is Nina, the girl who you met earlier in the restricted area. So that's supposed to put a little bit of weight on the prisoners, and the other monitor shows Kavanaugh, who's also choking down in the underwater base. So we were supposed to have this dilemma here, and even putting these two cameras was a big hassle because we didn't have a way to display the imagery of a camera in real time in the world, so that was another nightmare. That
It's kind of all faked at that point.
Yeah.
An interesting cheat that we use often in games there is we actually duplicated those environments close to that cube where you are right now, and the cameras are actually pretty close. Like Kavana is actually like just
a few meters
on the
off.
next room, a few meters off, and we just duplicated all of that so that the camera could look at them without loading an extra environment, which is not there at all. Currently.
Or regardless of that little trickery as well, that was the whole point of how to make this.
I know that they're talking. I kind of have to. I have to do this, like in
Selection,
between this.
how to make that choice, and I was kind of, I didn't want the. Button thing to go on, and it's like this big console with 2 red buttons, and you have to press one, which is it's enough with the buttons. So Steven came back with the idea that it's part of the conversation itself. So you wrote it back a little bit. We worked a lot on this, and that actually opened up the idea that within that conversation you don't really need to answer yes or no to kill someone, and you can just like quit the conversation because there's a time limit. That opened up the idea and the possibility of the other major secret choice, which is to save everyone if you find that secret
Or the
room.
choice to just sit back and let the timer go out and let
Exactly,
everybody
just
die.
let everybody dies, which Mary was very fond of, if I recall.
Yeah.
And the time limit, on top of that, displaying the time limit is another nightmare because we didn't actually have this functionality. So what it's actually displaying is debug.
Yeah, it's true. It's the
style
debug.
text.
It's basically the code just running down.
Yeah, pretty much.
So all that to make a very crucial moral choice.
But go make the third choice. It's the best one in the secret room. I
You gotta kill everyone?
Save.
What?
Save everyone.
Save
Oh,
everyone.
sorry.
Okay.
Look up. Something that gamers don't usually do when they enter an area is look directly upwards. And what I actually tried to do with this little vent passageway with a goodie down low is to hide what I put above. I really, for the DLC, I really wanted to put a secret in a secret, is how I call it. And
That's smart.
it's kind of the thing where you finally move the box, you find the vent, you're like, I found it, you go in, you get loot. Normally, in your gamer sense, you would just leave. You would backtrack out. I succeeded. Next objective. But in this case, I wanted to hide another secret on top of this, and this came from the entire thought process of being able to choose who to save.
But this is a very, very important room
Yes.
because this gives you access to a very hidden third option that you can save everybody
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
game.
my fault. I'm sorry. It's just Deus Ex is all about choices and consequence, and we from very early on it was the idea of you can save someone specific, very important to the story, or you could save the prisoners because it's mass murder at that point. You'll figure it out later when you played. But as a Deus Ex thing, I really wanted to. On a game design perspective, on a gameplay perspective, it was important that we offer like a very, very unique choice for the player that really wants to
very
work
close on this timer.
to succeed into something special. And that was to save everyone. Find a way. There's always a way to save everyone. So Steven sort of looked at me weird. I said, really?
But I love that stuff.
We
I
all
really
love
do.
that stuff.
And I thought that I didn't want to just give it away, Something as important as that, I wanted it to be really something for the true searchers and explorers.
Yes.
So if you look up, go there
So you
when
made
the
it
time
super,
comes.
super hard to save everybody.
Exactly.
Looking up the thing gamers are very well known for being terrible at. So if I remember, I think you can just shoot this. Let me see if I can, like, throw something else out. Didn't mean that. Didn't mean to use that. Oh, that messed up the colors a bit. Very badly. Anyway.
The toxicity level is dropping. You found a way to save everyone, Bratan. You'll still need to unlock the submersibles while Whistleblower can go free. Use the touchscreen in the command tower. It'll also let you back inside the base.
And why would I want to go there?
Use your head, Tuvok. The last thing standing between you and Megan Reed is Burke.
Kavanaugh, I've unlocked the hatch and I'm transmitting the coordinates to a rendezvous site.
Oh, thank God. I thought when the code yellow started.
It's over. Just make sure Interpol gets that evidence. I'm going after Burke. Jensen out.
I remember when people first found that was like a very big thing. Like that was very, that was a very big kind of mind blow moment because it was a secret within a secret, and it required you to use one of the, well, not required. I do think you did need the spring legs, but yeah, no, look up. A lot of people very much. People very much expected. People were very ecstatic about that one.
Katna wasn't quite as good at hiding her tracks as she thought she was.
Like that was the big kind of thing that a lot of people were
Most
very
men aren't capable of seeing beyond the choice
excited
in
about
front of
finding
them.
because
But
you did have
whatever you
to
think you've done, it's
like
of
really
no
look for it.
consequence. Helping that fool Kavanaugh escape, saving the lives of a few worthless civilians, it won't change anything. All you've done is make yourself a target. The Reed woman, this Megan you've been searching for, she's not here. And the only thing standing between you and the ship that could take you to her is me. I underestimated you back on the ship. I won't be doing it again.
Lad, you there?
Quinn? Where are you?
Getting me arse out of Dodge. Burke's had enough, and he's gunning for you. I don't intend on being caught in the bloody crossfire. But listen, that trick you pulled with the gas, fucking brilliant work that was. Head to me shop. I left you a thing or two so you can give him hell. I'd like to say we'd meet again over a pint sometime, but... well, Godspeed, mate.
So, let me see if I can get to Quinn and get those extra supplies. Oh, I should have waited till that guy moved in. But they are like right around that corner. I need them to just move. Please. Trying to remember the way to, 'cause that's the Burke. But if I go left and go through and take the elevator. More shotgun cartridges that I don't need. Can I just cut here? I can, because I don't want to risk running by the main objective and then activating that. But also, if he's going to leave me something, I'm going to drop that. But yeah, that's the missing link. Not only is it a very... It has a little bit of a double meaning. The missing link between the parts where... where Jensen's on the cargo ship, and then it is the missing link also with story elements between Deus Ex 1 and the Human Revolution in Deus Ex 1. Lots of connections with lots of various mentions about Paige, a lot of the background workings. Oh my god. So much. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Let me... Because I want all this. I want a bunch of this. I don't need you. But let me... Revolver or combat rifle? Combat rifle.
You hear me, Jensen? How much longer do you think you can last?
You're acting like I care. Also an anime connoisseur. I think that's pretty much everything. Because I'm not gonna use the machine pistol ammo. And then I got a free praxis kit, so yeah, no, that's it. And back up. Funny how I had like 0 ammo for anything that I wanted to use going into this, and now I'm like overflowing. I do want to try and kill Burke with his pistol, with his magnum. So I'll probably try to get a couple shots with mine, and then use his for the finishing blow.
I hope you have a chance to fully realize the utility of your actions before my men put an end to you. That respect, at least.
Talking real big game about your men. Just for them to fall over like dominoes. I say right before I die. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna shoot that. Please. Fine. I'll take the boring route. I lied. Honestly, this hand cannon upgrade. Jeez, okay.
Lost visual.
This hand cannon upgrade, probably one of the coolest upgrades in a game. Damn shame that most people just aren't gonna use it.
Hostile is in the area. Form a search team.
Hell yep.
Over there.
That didn't get any of them. Whatever, I guess. One's like right above me.
Anyone got him? Go! Go! Double time! Die!
Huh? Why are you? Okay, run that back. I don't know where that last one was, but they kind of just shot me in the side.
How did Geiger recruit you, Jensen? She used Reed as a carrot?
Identify yourself. You're going down! Double time!
Okay, so let's try being a little bit smarter and run this way.
Moving to attack! Someone shooting.
So I can also pick up and throw the turret, but... No but. Why would I not? Oh, that's why. That's why. Sir, I can't even see you. Oh. That's probably why. I don't want to run by them. I want to kill everybody in that room.
If I didn't know you were gonna cause me so much trouble, I would have never given up my curiosity.
Well, that's really your own personal fault. You shouldn't underestimate your enemy, especially whenever they kill, like, what, 5 guys on their way out? 5 guys on their way to just being captured. You gotta be kidding me. You were right there.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm not hiding.
I'm gonna find you.
I don't know why I keep doing stupid things like that. Whatever. Oh. Oh, it's only that one there. Then I don't need to worry. Huh, hang on. I don't know why the ground radiated tinnitus from there, but alright. You've gotta be kidding me. Oh. And I guess the answer is just to walk by it. But that's also 3 lasers. And if I mess up once, I'm gonna explode. You know what? Sometimes it's good talking to yourself. Because otherwise you would just do something stupid. And then think in retrospect, why did I do that stupid thing? Okay. So we're gonna go this way. I hear more mines. Stupid. Oh.
They're a source of disturbance. We know someone's here. Keep looking. Huh?
Trick or treat. Actually, you have heavy ammo. That scared me. I thought I got shot. Oh, I did get shot, but... Don't want your crunch bar. Shooting at phantoms again. Poke. Why did I say poke? Peek. Heavy ammo usually takes up like 6 slots. Whatever. Three, two, one. Still make. Ooh. It's a sniper though, and I'm not gonna use it, so whatever. Wait, there's still people alive. I can't let that happen. Why did you move in? How thick-headed are you? Just eat these. Whoever tells you spraying and praying isn't a valid way of shooting is a liar. But also an explosive magnum is good too. If you guys had all of these, why didn't you set them up earlier?
This is it. This is the last room. This is the main offense from Jensen getting back to Burke, and all that stuff in the story and everything is unraveling at this point. We really studied and we listened to everybody about boss fights in general, and we wanted to do it somewhat differently. First of all, it was really important that we support all pillars of gameplay. I mean, all of them. So there's Berg talking to you, taunting you and everything as you get to that big number 3 door. And another thing that we didn't do in Human Revolution that was important to us, and it was a bit of a technical issue at one point, but we actually managed to do it very well, as to actually give you an overview camera that basically quickly shows you the whole room, what it's about and everything, all the way to Burke, and it gives you that really mano a mano speech about just kicking your ass and everything. These all are the things that we didn't really do in Human Revolution, but makes the whole ending of the Missing Link so interesting at the same time.
Well, you made it. I'm torn between admiration and pity. You've condemned me for my actions, Jensen. But look at the lengths you've gone to find one woman. Wasted potential. Although from what I've heard, I suspect you'll still be of use to me dead.
I wonder what he means by that. Oh. Wait a minute. This is really stupid. It didn't care. It didn't care. It didn't care. Hang on. This isn't how this was supposed to go. Okay. I'm gonna hit escape and then mash F2. I cannot believe that worked. And I die to some guy with stormtrooper aim. What matters is that I proved that I could do it. I don't need to do it again. So yeah, this, like, hey, look, verticality. Something that, like, isn't really an aspect in any of the other bosses. I can hear you, goddammit! Oh my god. And they factor that in. But yeah, no, this boss fight, or like, I guess this boss zone, is a way of putting it. Like, way better than, like, all the other bosses. Not like, definitely better than all the other bosses in the game. No, they genuinely did take that feedback to heart and, like, very clearly made improvements based off of it. I did not know he was there. Got security. I'm really risking a lot doing this right now. Oh, aren't you a bastard? Okay, I actually need to think this through. I can't just rush this. First off, let's see how this gameplay works. Okay, that's one. I thought he said an aggressive warrior jeans for a second. I love this explosive upgrade so much. Turns it into a literal hand cannon.
Come on. Don't keep me waiting.
You say as you're hiding behind turrets. Okay, let me think this through. Because there's two snipers up on a ridge, there's a heavy gunner, there's somebody with there's a turret, and then there's another person running in the back. So, what if...
Enter combat.
I'm mashing top. I'm not dead. 2. 1. 2. That noise is so horrific. 1. 2.
It's a shame you're so undisciplined and
You don't get to sleep through this. I'm sorry. Not really. Okay, so I see that. Well, I don't. I see where that is. I have no more painkillers.
Your head's strong. It may have served
This
you
might
well in
be
the past.
troublesome.
It's unfaithful.
Just need one shot to get him on the ground.
I'm curious. How far do you think Dr. Reed would go for her research? I think you'd be surprised, Jensen.
There should still be... There's one dude that's stealth. That's the problem. There's one dude that's still stealth above me that's sniping, and then there's still the other guy, and then there's that turret.
You're a hypocrite, Jensen. You question my motives and methods, but look at yourself. You're a killer. Nothing more.
The difference between you and me is that I'm good at my job. What the fuck? Okay, so the dude has to be... I have no idea where they went.
Stop running! Stop running!
So much right.
There you are.
Judge, jury, and executioner, hey, Jensen. Small-minded fool.
I see you. I don't want to rush up there because if I do, I'll die. Where did he go? Yeah, and I hear you too. There you are. Where you, The other guy that got me. The guy that was next to the turret. Okay, so priority should be working top down. I want to kill everybody in this room. Do I have my EMP here? I do. Yeet. Can I? I didn't need to use that, but, you know. Sir. There we go. Gas grenade. I can use that, actually.
You seem to think the excuse is your own nervous.
I may be stupid. For some reason, I didn't think that, Is that them all? Why are there so many anime titty mags here?
Find your shot, Jensen. Come on. Don't keep me waiting.
I'm not gonna reload, but 2. Yeah, the painkillers do 25, so 1, 2, do this. Come on, I just want to kill you with your gun. Doesn't it suck not having your special toy? Hang on, there has to be... I don't have a concussion. You know what, I want to just run to your doorway. I don't care anymore. You want to have a... Ooh, hang on. I take that back, I do care. I actually care a lot, really.
Find your shot, Jensen. Come on. Don't keep me.
5 shots, more than enough to kill anything that moves.
Wait.
So you can either hack the door... Oh, that also gave a key card. That gave a code. I never knew that. Hang on, let me use these to empty out my space real quick.
Find your shot, Jensen.
Yeah. You keep saying that.
Don't keep me waiting.
That's actually really cool. I never knew that there was a... that you could just get the... code for this door. Hang on.
Sounds like your struggles are almost over, Bratan. Is Bark dead?
I'm standing, he's not.
Good. With Bark out of the picture, there's a power vacuum I can take advantage of. Return to loading bay 2. The doors between here and the docking platform will be open for you.
Last time I passed through there, Burke's men were still waiting for me.
Not anymore. Bark has just ordered them away.
Great. Except I came here looking for Megan Reed, Bratan. I can't leave without knowing.
There is a boat heading toward our location as we speak. If you hurry, it can be on it.
Now we head back. But yeah, no. There's a lot more cover. Hang on. I want to see if I can, like, scavenge literally anything. I don't have the space for it. Here. But yeah, this location has a lot more cover. Various enemies. There's definitely a lot of stealth options, because I remember the first time I did this was I snuck through. Giant robot that you can either disable by using the hacking, getting an EMP grenade. You can fight it directly. It's like one thing I can use. Tranquilizer darts. Something I'm not gonna use. No, this was, and if you ask like certain people, they'll still say like this is the only good boss fight in Human Revolution. And admittedly, it kinda is, because it's the one that was designed and made after. It was made after all the feedback I got, after all the criticisms. And I just think that, like, it very clearly shows. Like, cause even, like, looking from here, like, I took the left route. I went there, I could have gone up, shoot at that, there's a turret there, there would have been the giant guy there, there's the cloaking sniper up there, there's another cloaking sniper up this way, or I could have gone this way. Jump up here, or jump over these, go up this ladder. jump up here, deal with the sniper here. Then there's the heavy gunner there. Burke would be standing there, turret there, one guy there. There's another guy somewhere over there. There's still the sniper on the ridge over here. Security hub that's just only a level 2 to hack in, but you would still need the upgrades for dealing with turrets to turn their turrets on them. And because of where they're standing, they would get a perfect line of sight on the robot and a bunch of the other guys. You can still get over there. You can either hack the door with the level 5 security, you can deal with the heavy gunner, then drop down inside the building there. Like, no, this is a very open-ended and very well-designed boss fight arena. Like, no, this is really well done. But yeah, also something that ends up making this very funny is that the way that it continues over.
We've now reached the true story twist in the game, where you're about to walk in and see the person, the mysterious contact is about to be revealed to you. And there were quite a few challenges associated with this this mysterious contact and with this reveal. As you know, you're about to step forward and meet Quinn and discover that Quinn, our lovely little Irish helper, is actually Russian. And that led to a great casting challenge for us.
It was definitely more of a challenge for the talented actor we used, Julian Casey. Great actor, and he's great at doing accents, especially the Irish accent, which I believe he's somewhat native.
He is Irish, yes.
Oh.
But so when we pitched to him, how's your Russian accent, he just kind of gave us a scared face. And he was having a hard time with it, and I think what may have helped is we told him, why don't you go study the film Eastern Promises. Some great Russian acting accents and in there. And he actually did. I think he spent about 3 days just practicing dialogue over and over again. And when he came in, you know, we thought, yeah, okay, it's probably not the most authentic Russian, but for a guy who's jumping between Irish and Russian, it was pretty damn good. And we were happy with it.
Yeah, leave it to the writers to come up with such an interesting, challenging twist on that. The dialogue itself needed to wrap everything up, including reflecting on all of your choices that you made throughout the game, which was yet another one of the fun things that we like to do, trying to keep track of all that. And then the biggest challenge maybe as well was that we had to hide.
Well, we didn't want the player to shoot him from afar.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
Like, hey, pow! Oh, crap.
So there's that door opening on the cargo boat, I think, because it's closed when you get there. And when you open, the forced conversation happens, and you have the guy who was waiting for you inside the boat. That way you couldn't shoot him before. Yeah, we're fascists. That way we don't let you shoot people.
He never explained why he needed it.
Until you can.
I believe he wanted to keep control of you to himself. Since that time, we've been monitoring all incoming and outgoing communications, and the lockdown allowed me to discreetly install a tunneler, rerouting the base's network traffic. By the time Bell Tower realizes something is wrong, it will already be too late.
What about the rest of the base personnel?
Most of them think Burke is still in command. Technically, orders continue to be issued in his name, but I'm the one making the calls. I've also taken the liberty of coordinating of this sector of the base. For the moment, at least, we're safe.
So another thing that actually makes this very funny is that because the original game is very much designed where you got on the boat, you ride the boat all the way through, then you get out, and then you get on to the land with Megan.
Keitner said she had been approached by an agent from Interpol. It was you, wasn't it?
But then, like, you also have this weird comment
when
with
I learned
Pritchard,
of
where,
Commander
like, he
Keitner's
says, like, Jensen,
suspicions
what took
and
you so long? I
insubordinate
lost contact
behavior
with
towards
you.
Burke, I saw an opportunity. Pretending to be an agent of Interpol seemed the best way to gain her trust.
You mean you lied? So who do you work for?
A loose network of
And it's just
independent
kind of like this weird
operatives,
kind of in-between.
agents of
'Cause
conversion
this also
and
happened a lot
equilibrium,
in this era.
who seek to expose corruption and assure humanity's natural progress. In truth, we are not affiliated with any global organization. But then, neither is our enemy, officially.
Your enemy? You're not just talking about
like
Bell Tower anymore,
Assassin's
are you?
Creed 2 had
You're
a
talking about
very
The men and women who
notable
pull Bell
chapter
Tower
like that,
strings.
where, well, not really
The
a chapter,
same
it was kind
men
of
and
an
women who
in-between two
ordered them to
chapters,
kidnap
where
Megan
there was
Reed.
a memory sequence that was just completely empty. I think it was memory sequence 13, where it was very, very clearly kind of cut out, or like notably skipped over. And then that was added later as DLC that you could get and you can finish within like an hour or two. Admittedly, this is like 4 to 5 hours, so no, this I did remember accurately kind of like how long that this took.
All right. Where's Megan?
I don't know for certain. But what I do know is that
But because the
earlier
games were
today,
designed to
Buck
have like
issued
this gap
orders to have
in
a
it and
large
it's
group
designed
of
with it in
detainees
mind,
transferred off this base.
it also means that whatever DLC or
Supposedly,
whatever story happened
they will be
in
assisting
between
at
there
another black
has
site
to
facility.
end at a point
Kevin said
where
this was just the factory floor.
you can
You're
just
sure Megan
continue.
is at this other facility?
Nothing is ever certain in life, Mr. Jensen. But it is the best chance you have. Unfortunately, the cargo ship carrying the prisoners has already set sail. But I took the liberty to send out an urgent dispatch in Burke's name, ordering the ship's captain to hold position until one more detainee could be flown on board. In stasis. A helicopter is en route to pick you up.
Wait a second. You want me to get inside another stasis pod? Last time I got in one of those things, it didn't go so well.
I know it's far from ideal, but frankly, your options are quite limited. Although, I suppose you could try swimming there.
Better be the right fucking boat this time. Because I don't feel like coming back here anytime soon.
Don't worry, mate. It'll be grand. Besides, I thought you Americans liked riding off into the sunset.
I love that he just switches to his Irish, like right at the end. But yeah, so this gives you one last chance of like going around doing stuff. I don't know if that's the normal one for here. I think that's the normal one. But yeah, because the game... Automatic unlocking. So this is when they give you everything actually back.
So noticing the two guards that are just...
Okay, yeah, so that's doing everything there. So yeah, that's when it gives you literally everything back and you're back to almost status quo.
at the bottom of the ramp. One thing like we do very well in Deus Ex is the environment reacts to past actions. In this case, if
I can't
you
end that because like it started, but yeah, the most funny thing about this is the fact that the game does have to kind of like reset you.
Chaos
So
on the
this
boat.
is how they give you
These guards will
everything else back, on top of all the praxis kits and on top of everything that you also gain throughout the DLC, which is more of a knock-on effect of this being connected to Director's Cut. Because it's like, okay, back to the main game, which means we give you literally everything back, including all the ammo that you have, including everything else that you had. It's very funny. It's just like a really funny and weird, but I'm not gonna complain. Still think I'm probably not gonna use the dermal armor. These ones are functionally useless. There is one more social boss fight that I really don't need it for. Don't need a stealth enhancer. Additional sprint time. Aim stabilizer. Not really useful considering what I'm doing.
Alerted and already.
This is gonna take a sec. And it's kind of a shame that there's gonna be talking in the middle of it. Let me get rid of all this stun stuff because I'm not
Expecting
using it.
somebody to come out of this this environment right now, and if you didn't, well, obviously they're just talking
Let me
and they're just
reload real
like
quick.
going on their patrol and everything, and that was a good lead on to the player getting out of an environment into another one, which is beautiful, by the way.
Because I think it did give me all my normal Typhoon ammo back.
Yeah, we had only 13 weeks to do the DLC, which means that we had plenty of cuts to do in from environment-wise. At first, we didn't want to do the exterior of the base that you're standing in right now, but basically the level artist just saw the
Hang on, I need to get rid of this sniper ammo because I'm not going to use this either.
Mandate and just said, you know what, I can do this. And he basically added this upon himself to just do this exterior of the boat, exterior of the base, and...
I want to fit... Because now the biggest honestly, right now, the hardest part of me trying to make something fit is that...
That really creates quite a seamless switch from the boat to the base.
Is that now I have an additional revolver, but this revolver does not have the upgrades of my normal revolver, which is why I don't want to get rid of my normal revolver. But I also need 6 slots to make room for the heavy machine gun ammo. So the choice I have now is either to dump that ammo or to dump... You know, I can probably dump a lot of this. Actually...
Which is much...
Because that means I can tie this up with my Praxis upgrades. Because one thing that's kind of been killing me is the lack of batteries.
Much more interesting than what we had planned.
So now I can have those. But that is now only 4 slots. And I still have so much ammo for my Typhoon.
Which was crummy at best.
And it works really well too, because we also wanted to get that change of scale from inside the boat. You're inside those real tight...
If I get rid of the grenade, that's one. If I get rid of these 2 grenades, then
corridors and locate.
So I can drop this. And I can drop this.
And then you get into this base and wow, suddenly it's big and open and...
Like, why am I walking slow? I might have to get the aim stabilizers. Reduced recoil doesn't really matter. I'm not really going to get the Cassie. I don't really need the increased... I don't really need the increased radar.
So the addition of that was a really, really nice plus for us.
I don't know why I'm moving so slow. That's very interesting. I don't think I've ever run into this. I think I dropped one thing that I wanted. Wait, keep that. It'll be fine, because the next time I start it'll be like in the middle of a fight anyway. I don't really need an EMP mine, so I can chuck that. And then that's everything. I can use the heavy rifle stuff next. I have so much Typhoon ammo that I'm literally never gonna use. Well, maybe. Maybe I can make it useful. Pistol ammo. No, I think this is set, which means that I can just spend the Praxis kits. But yeah, I think the only other game I can think of in recent memory that had a very obvious and very similar, hey, find out what happens in the DLC chapter is like Final Fantasy 15. Because you would just have party members that would go, hey, I'm gonna go do my DLC now, see you in a little bit, and then they would go off and do their DLC. And if the DLC was out, and if you had it, you could ask them, like, hey, the game would ask you, like, hey, do you want to experience this character's DLC story? And then after the DLC, then they became playable. Or they became usable in, like, the overworld. I'll do this. Because I'm not going to use Cassie. There's no point in the radar upgrade. There's no point in the stealth upgrades considering I'm going full guns blazing. Fortify doesn't matter. Analyze is worthless. Capture is somewhat useful. breather doesn't really matter, and if I get 2 before the next thing, then it means it makes one thing in the last zone easier. Reduced recoil and arm stabilizers do not matter, considering I just fire a single shot anyway, and just aim for the head. This is stealth upgrades for your legs, doesn't matter. Dermal armor would be the smartest thing for me to get, which is why I'm not getting it. Cloaking, useful still, but don't really need it. Icarus is useful for one of like the 2 things that are coming up later. That's useless. So yeah, no. I'm pretty much done upgrading Jensen the way that I want to. And the only thing I'm leaving is sniper ammo, a stun gun, and a couple stun darts. So, yeah. That is the end of the missing link.
Exactly as you instructed. And yet you sound disappointed. You think we should have handled this differently?
I think we had a valuable asset in our hands, and we're letting him slip away. He could have been very useful in the coming storm.
A hand does not need to be clenched tightly to maintain its hold on someone. Jensen carries too much baggage right now. His obsession with Reed only serves to distract him.
We could have told him the truth.
He must discover it by himself. And when he does, if you have followed my instructions precisely, we will know how to find him.
Assuming he lives that long.
Ooh, a little foreshadowing for Mankind Divided. But yeah, so that's all the missing link. A few days later.
Pritchard, any chance you're still there?
Jensen, my God. You've been offline for days. Where the hell are you?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I'm pinging you now. You're in Singapore. Something's wrong, Jensen. I pinged you, and a second later I lost your GPL signal. It's like you disappeared into a black hole.
Gotta be a jammer.
Well, obviously. If you can find the transmitter and take it offline, I'll be able to track you. And keep you on a tighter leash.
I've got more important things to do than help you keep tabs on me.
Yowie?
If Megan and her team are here, there's no time to waste.
So yeah, he also just doesn't make any mention of it. But it's really jarring going from the base game where it is heavily implied that you just get on the boat, you get in a pod, you go straight to Singapore, no mention from Jensen at all, anything that happened, and you wake up here, but then Missing Link comes in and says, actually, the first boat you got on, they open it up, you fought your way out, you uncovered this giant conspiracy, you fought to save this entire base, and then you have to go back onto a cryopod, then get picked up by a helicopter, and then put on a different boat, but that boat also still brings you to Singapore. It's really goofy looking at it in its entirety. But that's just kind of how DLC was kind of done, especially during this time. But no, that was the missing link. And I think if I'm going to be optimistic, I'm pretty sure I can finish Deus Ex next week. Because this section isn't really long, and then after this you go to Panchaea. So yeah, that's it's like right at the end of the game. So thank you all for spending time with me, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Yeah, no, I don't really have anything to add. I'm probably just gonna go and eat some ice cream. Yeah, that sounds good. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. And remember to take care of yourselves. Johnny. You can't be. Thank you for the raid, Vice. Very unfortunately, I'm literally ending stream right now. I am literally ending stream right now. There is nothing more going on. But thank you. I'm not gonna stream Limbus. I'm not gonna do another. I'm not doing Mirror Dungeon. I can save that for later. I have other plans with that. Friday though. Friday's gonna be a fun reading session, so if any of the raiders want to check out for that. But yeah, no, I'm too tired. I'm too tired to keep going. And I already said I wanted to get my ice cream. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. I will get some rest. You get some rest too, because if your sleep schedule is still as awful as it is from the last time you told me, you need proper rest. But yes, thank you for spending time with me. Thank you for the very last minute raid. Take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves, and have a wonderful rest of your night. Johnny!